Get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and I am once again joining you for another first look stream. So these are streams where we go ahead and take a look at a game that I have not looked at before, and basically just try to figure out, it's not a review. It can't be a review. It's not a review. Heyo. Hey, thank you, Kyle. Kyle with the 13-month resub says, KOLC, it's been a pleasure to find and enjoy you last year. I appreciate you. Usually can't catch you live, but here's always looking forward to the VODs. Cheers, and here's the 2025. A lot of people do not catch us live. A lot of people catch us on the VOD. I love to have people here live because then we get to interact and we get to have fun. And I get to read your chats and I get to interact with all of you and answer your questions. And you guys provide some really great insight to me. However, you can't watch me live at times 2 speed. And I highly recommend watching at least 1.5 speed to get through these rather long streams. So, but thank you, Kyle. Appreciate the resub. And here's to another year of awesome streams. So yeah, so on a first look stream, I basically take a look at a game that I have not looked at before. I may know a little bit about the game. I may have seen it, but I haven't really read through it. I haven't played it. And so this is really a first reaction. I want people to kind of take away from that, which is it's not a review. It's just a first reaction. That being said, tonight we are going to be looking at Grimwild. Now, this is a game that kind of floated up on my radar recently. A couple of people in my Patreon were talking about the game. And by the way, there's a link in the description below if you want to be a part of our Knights of Last Call Discord and be part of some of the best conversations happening in gaming. You can check that out. And I was kind of like, oh, that kind of sounds interesting. And people were floating it to me as this idea of like 5e plus Forged in the Dark or equivalent. Or like a 5e Forged in the Dark game. And I was like, oh, that sounds kind of interesting. And then I saw, okay, it's a Kickstarter, it's a backer kit. And as I sometimes do, I made a quick search in my Google Gmail, and sure enough, I actually backed the game. I actually did not remember that I had backed the game. So given that I backed it, I figured it was probably worthwhile to take a look at it. And today, or just yesterday, they dropped this free, it's on DriveThruRPG, free initial section of the book. So that's what we're going to be looking at tonight. It's not necessarily the full book, but as far as I could tell, it's a finished product, just not necessarily the full thing that's coming to those of us who backed it, which apparently includes me. So at some point in time, they did a good enough job with their marketing that I said, oh, I need to get in on this. So yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Of course, if you have questions or comments, please put them into the chat. I read from the PDF, but I have the chat here on my teleprompter, so I can see it pretty well. And of course, if you want to drop a tip or super chat, tonight's goals are for us to go back to some of the heartbreakers that we looked at, over a year ago when we looked at what at the time was called MCDM RPG, but now it's called Draw Steel. And of course, Daggerheart, we looked at, I think, version 2 or something. And now I think they're up at a version 5 or 6 or something like that with a final release coming. So if you want to see us talk about another fantasy heartbreaker and go back to some of those old games, please throw your tips or supports. And of course, if you just want to throw your support, that'd be awesome too. But the best way to support us is to join the Patreon and become part of our community, because we'd love to hear from you and we'd love to talk at you. All right, so let's go over to the PDF. And this is Torchbearer. Okay. Here we go. Grimwild. Okay. So before we go ahead and get started, couple of key things for people who may be new here, as sometimes happens, which is when I'm looking at a game, I usually am thinking of Jared Sorensen's 3 questions, or big 3 questions. And that basically is a question of, so it's 3 questions. One is this game about something? We have a lot of RPGs. There's a lot of RPGs, on the thing behind me. And, as a result, I want an RPG that it is coming out and making a bold statement. This game is for this purpose, right? Games are tools, and we need to know what a tool's purpose is. Some games are pretty generic and pretty vague, and even then, they sometimes are trying to fill a void. So in a world of so many different games, is this game, what does this game purport to be about? And is the game about it? Second question, the mechanics. And mechanics really come down to, do these mechanics do or help us support the game's primary, dissertation, which is the game says it's about adventuring in dungeons. Great. Do we have mechanics that are focused around adventuring in dungeons? Do the mechanics support that style of play? And if you're a fan of our show, we often talk about this idea of fun versus interesting. And I just realized I don't have my green screen up, so that's why I don't have my little. Normally I have my green screen up here. Maybe I'll go grab it in here in a minute. So we talk about fun versus interesting, and this is something that Mark Rosewater talks a lot about in Magic the Gathering design, and it's a contentious topic because some people will say, well, I think interesting things are fun. But generally speaking, interesting are games that make you think. Fun are games that make you feel. All right. So, generally, according to Mark Rosewater, while it is important that your games do make people think, and some people do think, and for some people, thinking is fun, what you really want out of a game is you want people to have an emotional response. That is really ultimately what you are aiming for, according to Mark Rosewater. And I tend to agree with one of the greatest game designers of all time. So while what can make you have an emotional response can vary from game to game, from person to person, I should say too, at the end of the day, we really want to be, does this game make us feel something? And then the third question is, okay, so if we do what the game is telling us to do, is the game set up in such a way that it rewards us for those behaviors and those actions? I like to say, what gets rewarded gets repeated. And part of that idea is that a game is designed to be a mechanism to produce a certain style of play. And I believe that a well-designed game will have multiple interlocking mechanisms that all designed to create a consistent experience. That's why you go to that game. Because when you play that game, it says, if you want a game about adventurous storytelling, then you're going to play this game and you're going to feel adventurous and you're going to tell stories. And the game is going to be set up in such a way that if you are trying to play the game, beat the game, you're actually going to do what the game wants you to do. So a great example of that might be in a classic D&D. Obviously a lot of people nowadays do different things. But in classic D&D, you earn experience points by overcoming challenges or beating monsters. So if you have a D&D session, and this might be true for a lot of folks, if you have a D&D session where your group sits around the whole game and the whole session, and you're chatting with people at the tavern, you're maybe taking care of some friends and allies in town that you haven't seen in a while, you're figuring out what the most recent rumors are, and you spend the whole session kind of just shooting the shit. That's totally fine. A lot of people enjoy that. However, the D&D game does not reward you for that behavior. The D&D game says, technically, at the end of the session, I award you 0 experience points. You did not overcome any challenges. You did not beat any traps or monsters. You did not overcome any sort of major milestones in the story arc that is planned for this adventure. So in that respect, the D&D game is, in a sense, actively discouraging that kind of session. You're being told as a player, if you engage in that kind of behavior, you may enjoy it, but the game doesn't support it, and it isn't going to reward you for that. And that's fine, I guess, but games typically work best when the player's motivation and the game's motivation are aligned. So hopefully that makes some sense. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get through all of these chapters today, but we have 7 chapters. So this is Grimwild. And this is purported to be a game of cinematic fantasy adventure. Okay, so fantasy adventure, we know what that means. It means wizards, it means swords, and it means armor, and it means monsters. Cinematic. This is kind of a contentious word. It seems to be sort of the buzzword of 2025, 2024. I think that was one of the words that MCDM used for Draw Steel, cinematic role-playing, maybe even Daggerheart. I'm not sure. So, obviously that's kind of a loaded term. Maybe they'll describe it for us. Right off the bat, I'm kind of digging the art. It feels old school, but not super old school. It feels kind of new school, but with an old school aesthetic. So I'm kind of digging the art a little bit. And we see here we got maybe some sort of fighting man with a flail, and some sort of bard with a flute, and some sort of mage with a staff and a spell book. All right. Grimwild, designed by J.D. Maxwell, illustrated by Per Yankee. And so this is Grimwild, and it's open license, and it's under Creative Commons, free for personal or commercial use. Wow. So very generous license. And the term, I guess, is crafted for Grimwild is the term, I guess, that we'll be using here. This is coming out of Oddity Press. Made with Moxie. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the name of their game engine, maybe Moxie. So instead of like Forged in the Dark, it's Made with Moxie, which is clever and cute. All right. So here we go. Table of contents. Now, after we go through the table of contents, we are going to take a look at the character sheets, because I always like to take a look at the character sheets first. Although they do have an example character sheet here on page 12. So actually, I love that. So maybe we won't have to. So we start off with gameplay, the character sheet. And if you've watched these before, you know that this is the way that I think characters should be designed. They teach you the core rules of the game first. Then they talk about how to start a character and make a character. So you can see here that, the core rules start on the book of page 14. They teach you about teamwork, dice rolls, diminishing pools, vantage, details, story arcs, damage, recovery, blah, blah, blah. How does spellcasting work? What does treasure do? And here's an example of play. They are teaching you how to play the game before teaching you how to make a character. And I think that's very smart. Then, in fact, actually, the GM toolkit comes next. It's only looks like it's only 13 pages. And then we have the adventurous chapter, where we've got, looks like a campaign. They literally call it an adventurer path. We have talents along those paths, and it looks like the paths are again, I'm not disparaging this by calling it a fantasy heartbreaker, but if you've never heard of that term, fantasy heartbreaker basically means a game that's trying to, be Dungeons and Dragons, but not be Dungeons and Dragons, right? It's trying to fill the void that maybe D&D has left in someone's broken heart. So, but the reason why they're called fantasy heartbreakers is because usually they don't work. I mean, they might be great games, but they don't overtake D&D, right? D&D has continued on after 50 years. So they end up breaking your heart, because you find one of these games, you get really excited about it. You see how this thing fixes all of the problems that you have with D&D, and it's a fantasy game, and then you go and you try to get your friends to play it, and nobody wants to play it, and and then you start trying to get a game together, and people are playing it, and then you're like, maybe you really like this group. Hell, maybe your group really likes the game. But then you find out that the game only sold, 5,000 units, and there's never going to be another expansion, or there's never going to be another thing. And so, that's the peril of fantasy heartbreakers, which is to say they're amazing. And some of my favorite games, I mean, hell, the game that I've been prepping to play for the last couple of weeks has been Torchbearer, which is, basically a fantasy heartbreaker by Luke Crane. So I'm not saying that in a disparaging way. I'm just saying understand that these things come, with a price. JG is here, and I'm wondering if this is a different. I thought it was JD. I was like, oh, maybe this is the game developer. They break the dev's heart by not outselling the industry leader. Well, I don't think anyone has any delusions about selling the industry leader, but then we get into an exploration system. Now, I know that this was I looked because I had to check to see if I bought this game. I paid like over $100 for the backer kit, because I not only got the hardcover book, but I also got apparently some sort of exploration deck. So I'm curious how that works. But it seems like they're at least trying to put some sort of mechanics into the exploration system. We have a couple of pages of monsters, and then some story kits, and then extras. Okay. By the way, look at this. I love this here. The book will be gorgeous too. It's a B5 book, cloth bound with foil lettering on the spine, uncoated internal pages, matte cover on thick, 100 grams per square meter, paper, and a green satin bookmark. Anybody who spends that much time talking about how awesome their hardcover print edition is going to be, you get a thumbs up from me. And again, I'm digging the vibes of the art here. I mean, we can see here our hero has been pierced many times with arrows. So maybe there's a little bit of a darker edge to this. Grimwild. I like the iconography. I like the layout of the chapter heading. It's bright, it's clear, double columns, minimal alleys, filling this page. Not too much white space, filled with art in the places that it is. So, I mean, overall, I'm giving just a visual impression of this here. Derek says, printing nerds unite. And Tundalus, who is also working on his own game, I proudly identify my game as a fantasy heartbreaker. Take back the term. Yeah, I think you should own it, and I think it's not something to be ashamed of. I just think that the reason Fantasy Heartbreaker came in is because I think people had these unrealistic expectations that this game was going to be the paradigm shifter that was going to, unseat Dungeons and Dragons and open up people's eyes to the awesome wonderness of, how flawed Dungeons and Dragons is, and my game fixes all these issues. And then they find out that that's not what most people are going to think, So I think that's where the Heartbreaker comes in. Oh, okay. River says the full version was supposed to come out today, but it was delayed till Thursday. Okay, well, that's fine. It's just a first look, so I'm sure looking at this this free version will be fine. But I am looking forward to getting my copy. Maybe. All right. What is Grimwild? Again, games that come out and plant a flag in the ground and say, my game is about something. It's not supposed to be, you can use this game for anything. Now, it turns out, if you're D&D, you can lie to people and tell everybody that your game is good for anything that they want to do, and they'll buy it. But for everybody else, usually, you want your games to be about something. All right, so what is Grimwild? Grimwild is a game, and again, first look, I've never seen this game before. I backed it, and I didn't even remember that I did. So, Grimwild's a game of cinematic fantasy adventure. You go on quests, you delve into dungeons, you explore the wilderness. This all sounds very classic D&D type stuff. It's set in a world of your choosing or one you create together. The key being it's a world in need of adventures. Grimwild isn't a setting. That's up to you. This game gives you the rules, the monsters, and adventures to play a campaign in that setting that feels like a fun ensemble cast TV series, each session a new episode. So anybody who is new here might not know this, but this is very much kind of speaking to me, to my alley. I like making games that produce what I would call marketable stories, right? Games that are, trying to be tight-paced and would be something that you might see, as part of a comic book or a TV. So promoting that kind of, yes, Isaiah, promoting that episodic gameplay. Exactly. The gameplay flows smoothly. I mean, I guess it's better than the gameplay is rough as shit. The rules resolve actions quickly, favoring drama over the realistic. They provide a strong framework to pace the game. We were just talking about pacing, manage tension, and create great scenes. So you can see here that the mechanics are not necessarily about simulationism. We've talked about GNS on this channel before, gamist, narrative simulationist, which I know a lot of people have problems with. But the fact is that some games are out there trying to create mechanics and rule sets that model reality or model some version of reality. This game is saying it does not do that. It is trying to use mechanics that manage pacing and tension and create incredible scenes, favoring drama over realism. They give creative freedom to add set dressing and even larger details into scenes. So this is that sort of narrative-forward gaming mechanics that we've talked about this. The story is character-driven. As players, you work together to decide your adventure party identity, then make characters that fit well with it. You set your group arcs, and you choose your own character arcs. We saw some of this in Slug Blaster. Broad themes that give you experience when you bring them into play and help to steer the story. So this sounds very similar to the story, to the Slug Blaster mechanics that we just looked at. Characters are revealed through play. It's one of, I get this warm feeling in my heart. I get that not everybody likes me, and that's fine. But one of the things that I'm always very happy about is that, the people out there that are really actually making new games and exciting games and getting them published, so very often, share my philosophy. Now, I'm no game designer, but, for me, that I'm always talking about this. Don't come to my game with a backstory. I don't care about your backstory. I care what happens at the table with all of us sitting around. Writing down something in a backstory is easy and it's simple and it's meaningless. What matters, what counts, is what you do as a group together when the game mechanics are on display and when, there are real consequences. Don't just tell us that your character was this, epic war vet. Show us, play that character and make it happen. And it'll mean that much more because we'll all have been there. And so I think that's a very cool concept. You start the game with a clear concept, but you don't need all the details up front. Focus on what sounds fun to play. Things get dramatic. Your reward. See, this person has done their homework. You are rewarded for playing into your traits in ways that complicate the situation, right? So right off the bat, we're hearing elements of fate, right? We're hearing the classic compel mechanic, right? Play your trait in a way that creates problems and drama. And instead of just being an asshole player who is saying, well, that's what my character would do, this is actually part of the core mechanic of the game. You are rewarded for playing in such a way, rather than it being essentially punished. Giving good reason to think in character and sometimes picking the less than optimal path, right? And so this is a very contentious part. We debate this all the time at Knights of Last Call on our Discord, which is, does role-playing become invalid when you are encouraged or rewarded to do it? It's kind of like saying, is a firefighter's job less noble or heroic because they're paid a salary to do it? I don't think so. I think it's a good alignment when you have somebody who's willing to do an awesome and amazing and incredible civically serving job, and we also pay them for that at the same time. So I feel the same way. I think that rewarding mechanically characters for making interesting, dramatic, role-playing based decisions is a good thing. Sparks fly. The story is a maelstrom of dice rolls and fun ideas. From all this pushing and pulling on the narrative, storylines and side plots emerge. Storylines and side plots emerge. In spite of the tension, the choices you make about your party's arcs and the characters growing together over time give a compelling reason to stay together and focus. It's a TV show that you're the main characters of. Messy and fun and full of surprises. All right. It's a tabletop role-playing game. It draws heavily on the themes of Dungeons and Dragons and wears this influence on its sleeve, offering a narrative-focused take on the classic formula. That statement alone would probably have gotten me to back it. It's especially influenced by modern D&D from 3rd edition onwards. And while I do love D&D of all types, shapes, and sizes, 3rd edition is probably my most beloved. Inspiration was also taken from Dungeon World, which we've covered many times on this channel, and its many descendants like Unlimited Dungeons, Chasing Adventure, Homebrew World, and Stonetop, which technically still isn't fully released. Interestingly enough, Dungeon World is getting a 2nd edition, and the author, well, one of the two authors, is the author of Chasing Adventure, who they tapped to actually write Dungeon World 2. Actually, I should say that. It's not Dungeon World 2nd edition. I think they're calling it Dungeon World 2, and that is done deliberately, I think is what they've said. The Moxie rule set, so that's like this game mechanic, is built on draws from a variety of character-driven games, with the biggest influences being Burning Wheel, Cortex Prime, Blades in the Dark, and Fate. Oh. So you say Burning Wheel. Let's see, we got Burning Wheel. We got somewhere. Yeah. We got Burning Wheel. We got Cortex. I got Cortex here. All right. So this is a pretty good list of games. We've got Burning Wheel. This is 1st edition. I don't know where gold is. And then we've got Cortex Prime. Not my favorite game system, but I understand what they're going for with that. And then we've got Blades in the Dark and Fate. All right. So those are all very narrative games. Those are all very character-driven games. So this is interesting that the game is built on Dungeons and Dragons and Dungeon World, but the rule set is based off of Blades in the Dark and Fate and Burning Wheel and Cortex Prime. We are in for something here today. To play, we need players, 3 hours, use downtime rules, very much like Blades in the Dark. All players should know the core rules. Dice, they need D6s, D8s, so dice, D6s are noted as Ds, and D8s are called thorns, and the GM needs 8 D6. We need character sheets, safety mechanics. System mechanics are bolded. Emphasis is showed italics. Pools in Grimwild, pool always refers to diminishing pools, differing from its broader use in RPGs. Okay. D66 tables, we know the crucibles. These are D66 tables that provide a few words to smash together. So it's basically an oracle. I guess they just wanted to call it a crucible. The reader is you, made with Moxie. Okay. What's up, Tortuga? Hello, hello. All right, so what's the gameplay overview? This is awesome. This is great. What a great way to lay out this game. What is this game like? As a group, you form an adventuring party by choosing a few key words that clearly say what your party is and what it is not. All PCs must fit into the party in some way and have already adventured together. This jumps right into the story in progress, ready to jump into the next adventure. And again, if you've played, Fate does this with its character creation. Avatar Legends does this with its character creation, where you actually build your party together, your characters together, and actually already decide some of the adventuring elements that your group has already gone on. So you're kind of coming in, kind of in media res, We choose 2 backgrounds that reflect our past, like heritage and professions, along with an adventure path that grants a powerful core talent. We assign stats, traits, and desires, and forge bonds with the other PCs. Finally, establish group and character story arcs, which you play to drive the story and gain XP to gain new talents. So that's our primary arc of progression, right? If we play towards group and or character story arcs, that will give us experience points. Experience points will give us new talents. Talents are probably, new feats, powers, the things that make everybody go, ooh, that's cool. And again, we know that there's a Blades in the Dark, sort of emphasis here. As a player, describe what your character thinks, feels, and does. If you do something risky, make an action roll. When the GM puts you in direct danger, make a defense roll. You can also make a montage roll that I'm sure some of you are throwing up inside your mouths to skip past parts that you do not want to play out in detail. I approve. Rolls are made with a handful of D6s equal to a stat, keeping the highest to set the outcome. Perfect, messy, or grim. So very much Forged in the Dark here, right? So we make a pool of D6s, and then if we roll a 6, we get a perfect result. If we go to 4 or 5, we get a messy result. Or if we roll a 1, 2, or 3 as our highest die roll of those D6s. Rolling 2 6s is a critical, same as Blades in the Dark. Difficulty and damage add 1 or more D8s called thorns to your roll, which might cut the outcome down a level. If a grim gets cut, it's a disaster. Okay, so this game is including a DC modifier that Blades in the Dark does not have. While you do have position and effect, the odds of success in Blades in the Dark are never modified by the action, only the nature of the consequences. So basically, there's no way of differentiating between something that's kind of easy versus something that's risky, something versus something that's really, really hard. So that's interesting. Now, it does mention, though, that you might be damaged. Now, in Blades in the Dark, you do have harm, and harm can affect your effect level. But this says difficulty, and difficulty is not typically something that modifies your overall chance for success. Use your creative freedom to add set dressing, blah, blah, blah. And a narrative currency called story, kind of an awkward name for a narrative currency, to declare significant story details to push the fiction. So these are very similar, like to declaring a narrative truth from Fate. I see people talking about the terminology of thorns and cuts. But that really, what was the game that had, was it, Wild Sea. Yeah. So this game used this idea of cuts. This is the Wild Sea, where you would roll a pool, and this was very much Forged in the Dark, where you would roll a pool of D6, and then you would like cut out the highest levels of your values. So I wonder how this will play into that. You can earn Spark. So we have 2 different meta currencies here. We have Story and Spark, maybe. Earn Spark by introducing character-related complications called tangles. So it's like two different kinds of fate point, basically, because, you know, using fate points to declare a narrative truth is sort of a fate point thing. And then normally you earn fate points by introducing complications, which are called tangles here. There's kind of there's some sort of like vine, thorny vine thing here going on, because I like thorns and tangles. But then it's called crucible. That's kind of a good thing here. Running the game. We present dilemmas and drama. We keep it spotlight moving. We prompt the players. We use GM moves as tools to guide principles. Impact moves hit the PCs with direct consequences, also known as hard moves. They require prompting from foreshadowing, also known as soft moves. Grim rolls or by spending suspense. Okay, so another meta currency. Gain from making suspense moves or holding off on making a prompted impact move. Okay, so this is doing the same thing that Daggerheart did with sort of being able to bank soft moves, which a lot of people have a problem with, by banking it as a meta currency. I appreciate the fact that not everyone, if you're a Knights of the Last Call regular viewer, then this all makes sense to you. But if you play a PBTA game, a lot of times a player will roll a success with a complication, and you're like, I don't know what the complication is right now, and that creates a lot of problems for people. And the way that Daggerheart, and apparently Grimwild, solve this issue is by, and 2D20 does this kind of too with Threat, which is by, instead of having to come up with something on the spot, you instead sort of bank the meta currency. I don't know that I actually like GM meta currencies that much, because I don't have a problem keeping the game moving forward. If something was risky or difficult and I can't think of a consequence that would occur right now in the fiction, then I don't know that I need to make that roll. Make story rolls to disclaim decision making and use the GM Crucible to help come up with ideas. So use diminishing pools to create and track tension. So diminishing pools is their term for a clock. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't just call it a clock. So, but it's just a clock. Especially because the game is clearly saying, like, we're inspired by, Blades in the Dark here. So to create and track tension and ongoing challenges, and represents the toughest, most interesting obstacles the PCs have to take. It's literally a clock. It's a dice pool. Oh, did they turn the clock into a dice pool? Yeah, all right. I guess that's kind of interesting. All right. Grimwild is built with the Moxie rule set and created for cinematic gameplay. The heart of that is narrative cooperation. It's about shared imaginative space, managing the spotlight, diving into narration. The rules will get you halfway there. The other half is in your hands and the players. Play cinematically. Trust the process. Tell us what it looks like before and after your rolls. Use the camera. Love it. Play in good faith. Don't be a weasel. A lot of terminology here is just literally being lifted from some of these other games. Use the meta channel sparingly. It's a conversation about the game between players. It's unavoidable. I'd say that's interesting. Minimize it to keep the shared imagination and sync at the table. I actually encourage meta conversation at the table, and know the rules, as does Luke Crane and Tor Ovalsid. Play to tell a story. Think of the game as a series of improv prompts, poised by yourself and the rules. When you respond to them, consider the following. Now, this is where, again, things get kind of crazy. Because, see, the first thing here is what some people think is role-playing. What would my character do? But that is not the only question here. The questions you need to consider are, what would my character do? What would make for a cool scene? What would move the story forward? What opens the door to get others involved? And while I have absolutely no problem with people playing a game using this prompt, I think that the best games come when you consider all of these. And I think it is these combination. I think it's a combination of these things that truly makes for the best game. And in my personal belief, because I put the needs of others above myself, I tend to prioritize getting others involved, moving the story forward, what's going to be the most fun for everybody at the table. And then I will motivate my character in such a way as to fill that need. Don't talk yourself out of fun. Open doors, step through them, work with the spotlight. Don't play to win, play to tell stories. Leave lots of blank space in your characters. Don't be afraid to change your character. Don't be afraid to stay the same. Do stuff, make small moments. You know, this is saying, don't make time for FBT. Now, JG says, I think the second prompt makes games worse because a good scene will be emergent. It's a good scene because of the other factors. I disagree, JG. A lot of if you just have the first question, a lot of role-playing scenes will become self-indulgent, masturbatory clusterfucks. And I think having an appreciation for the sort of director seat leads to better pacing, better storytelling. This is a great line. I like this. Don't die on small hills, die on entertaining ones. That's a great line. That's a great line. That's one of those ones that's going to stick with me. Don't die on small hills, die on entertaining ones. That is a great line. That is a fantastic line. A+. All right. So here we go. Character sheet time. Character sheet time. Now, they said that D&D was the primary, inspiration for this. But this does not look like a D&D character sheet. All right. So I guess this is the first half. Is the character sheet landscape? Okay, so the character sheet is basically, landscaped, two-sided. So we've got Gem Melick, they, them. They've got some distinctive features here, which are probably just narrative. They're played by Sam. We've got 4 stats. We've got brawn, agility, wit, and presence, maybe? I'm just guessing. They have stats, which I think relate to how many D6s we roll. They have this bloodied value. They have this rattled value. If they become, it looks like you can become damaged here, and then you can become bloodied, or you could become damaged here or here and become rattled. That creates some sort of healing pool, which this bloodied seems to be linked to this. They do also have a condition, which is listed in the number of dice. So they have their Vex, Fight, Flees, Freeze, Freak Out. This is very similar to kind of like the trauma options. So it's like, I'm assuming this is when you get taken out or something. Like, what do you do? Do you fight? Do you flight? Do you freeze up? Do you freak out? They have 2 story points and 2 spark points. So yes, there's 2 meta currency points. Not always a huge. Torchbearer has 2 meta currency points, and I'm still not 100% sold on it. So we'll see how it works out in play. They have 2 backgrounds, Noble and Warrior. They call them Wises, which is exactly what they are called in Torchbearer. So, and these are basically the things that their background gives them sort of insight into. Traits: 2, you are blank. 1, you're not really blank. So they are curious and honorable, but they're not really quiet. So I like the idea of telling us what you are and also what you're not, what you're distinctively not. I actually really like that. I like the idea of an anti-trait a lot, like a lot. Telling us how you should act, but also telling us how you should never act. I actually really like that. And I don't know that I've seen that anywhere. Maybe I've seen it somewhere, but I like that a lot. All right, desires. You want and you really don't want. So you want justice and knowledge, but you really don't want desire renown. So these are good. Derek, maybe that was from Wander Home. Because I'm like, I feel like this is a relatively new idea. I feel like I'd seen it before, but I don't know that as well. But I think that's a really cool way to sort of express your characters, because sometimes acting how your character isn't is oftentimes more impressive and more telling than what you are. You know, I think we did a stream. I don't remember what stream it was, but I said, well, list the things that your character would do, or what are the things that your character always does? What is the thing that your character will never do? Right. So I have kind of brought that up before as an idea. But you know, it's really good. Yeah, it's like Cypher, but with the adding the additional not is actually really useful. It's a useful counterweight. So Derek confirming it is from Wanderhome. And then we have bonds. These are with our fellow PCs. Well, Daniel, is it an anti-trait or is it a flaw? I don't think it's a flaw. I think that's, I mean, I don't necessarily see it as a flaw. I think a flaw is a different thing, you know, because not wanting renown isn't really a flaw, right? You know, so I think that I think there's a distinct difference between an anti-trait and a flaw. All right, so then the second half of our page, so the first part of our page, you know, it's got our stats. The first part of our page looks a lot like a Blaze in the Dark character sheet. I'm not gonna lie. The second page also looks like a Blaze in the Dark character sheet. So we have a fighter, and so we start with weapon mastery, and this is where we get all of our, you know, little more, you know, feats and powers and little mechanical doodads. So, like in the case of the weapon mastery, this is what all fighters, I guess, get this as part of our core talent. Choose a fighting style that you have mastered: brawling, dual wielding, one-handed weapons, ranged weapons, thrown weapons, two-handed weapons. You have a mastery die, a special D6. When you fight in your style, take +1d, the mastery die, on the roll. If the mastery die is a 6, it counts as a critical. If it's already a critical, take spark. Growth. You can put 3 levels into this and get +1 die of mastery. All right. So basically, we're really good at fighting and swinging our weapon. We have a better chance of critical hitting, yada, yada, yada. But we can take paths. We can pick up arcane training. In this case, we've taken the Bulwark, a path ability. Each session, you have a 3-dice Bulwark pool from armor or other defenses. When you get bloodied or dropped from physical damage, roll the pool. If dice remain, ignore the damage. Interesting. So it's like almost like each of these different abilities kind of sort of have like their own little mini resource tracker. I think maybe, I don't know. And then here is the story arc. This is the last part. So our character arc is to explore the world. Our group's arc is to make things right. Each session take 1 XP. And it looks like whenever we maybe make progress on the group or the character arc, we take an additional XP. So we always earn an experience point. And anytime we get to a plus, we take a new talent. So there you go. That's how you level up. That's how you do it. You'll level up eventually anyways, but if you focus on your group arc and story character arc, you're going to level up faster. Makes sense? That's pretty cool. So, you know, if that's what the game is about, fulfilling arcs, take Spark. Yeah, except I can't remember what Spark is. They didn't really tell us what Spark is. The only thing they said is that we get to track it and we earn it when we create complications, but now apparently we can also earn it through critical hits. All right, but we haven't gotten to the rules yet, so here we go. Now that we've seen all this, let's talk about the rules. Core mechanic. When things get risky, when things get dramatic, Voy, take care. Check out the VOD, buddy. It's definitely a meta currency. That much we know. That much we definitely know. All right. When things get risky and dramatic, roll to see what happens. Grab a few D6s equal to the stat that the GM picks to test. So the GM is going to pick one of the 4 stats to test: the brawn, the agility, the wits, the presence. Roll them and take the highest number to determine the outcome. A 6 is perfect, a 4 to 5 is messy, 1 to 3 is grim. So Blaze in the Dark. A critical happens when you roll 2 or more 6s. Ignore any cuts and take a greater effect, cause a secondary effect, or set up a following action. So if you get a crit, ignore any bad stuff and you get more than you rolled for. A disaster happens if you get a grim result and it gets cut by a thorn. All right. I mean, I don't know that I love the language. I'm not going to lie, but we'll keep going here. Whatever the risk was before, double it. So basically, this is introducing the idea of critical fumbles to Blaze in the Dark. Spark. Spark is pure protagonist energy. I can feel Beowulf seething with rage. Pure protagonist, but you like fate points, so maybe not. So yes, I mean, this is very much a meta currency. It's literally protagonist energy. Has no diegetic reasoning whatsoever. Take spark when you add a tangle, when you roll a disaster. Okay, so if we do roll a disaster, we get that. Resolve a story arc or a quarrel. Spend it to take +1 die on a roll. So there you go. Spark, that's what Spark lets us do. It lets us add a die on a roll. So our stats are going to be between 1, 2, or 3. So we're going to start with 1, 2, or 3 6-sided dice. And we can spend a Spark to add an additional die to our dice pool. And we can gain Spark whenever we create complications for our character, if we roll like shit, if we resolve a story beat or a story part, or if we quarrel. I'm not sure exactly what quarrel is. Maybe that means like fight with our fellow PCs. And then there's the thorns, okay, which are D8s, remember. Thorns, 1 or 2 D8s added to your roll by the GM to reflect a tougher than normal task. Each 7 or 8 on a thorns cuts a roll's outcome by 1 step. So it downgrades the effect that you rolled. So for example, if you got a messy result and you rolled one of your D8s was a 7 or 8, it would get reduced down to a grim. A normal roll is +0T, so no thorns, tough. The GM adds thorns with their gut feeling given the situation. They can make it very tough, extremely tough, or impossible. So this is their way of doing position, except it does actually affect your chance of outcome. So it's a little bit more like stochastic in that way than Blades in the Dark. If it's at +3T impossible or more, the task cannot be done. You must break it up into steps or try a new approach. And then if needed, we can assess factors, intrinsic, externals, and intangibles. So this is kind of like, it's very much like the same language from Forge in the Dark, talking about how you set position and how you set effect, such as things like scale and training and tools, but also the intangibles, you know, strong feelings, your mojo, your vibes. Damage to a PC also adds thorns to a roll, but they do not count towards making it impossible. Okay. So here's our outcome. So we're going to roll the highest, and then a thorn might cut it. If we roll a 6, we did it perfectly, but if it gets cut, it goes down to messy. If it gets cut twice, it would go down to grim. If we roll a 6 and another 6, we get a critical. If we roll a grim, 1, 2, or 3, as our highest die out of our entire pool, and it gets cut, it goes down to disaster. Smooth flow. If the grim threatens to grind the story to a halt, the GM can keep things moving. You get what you want, but in a way that makes things much worse. If a roll somehow turns out to have no effect, the guard was already dead, you learn new info or set up for a follow-through. So this is basically the game's way of saying, it's like Torchbearer, where if you fail, or Burning Wheel, if you fail a roll, basically, if you roll a grim, the GM can choose to give you success, but at an extreme cost. Lot of terminology being thrown out here I'm not sure for any good reason, when, you know, Forge in the Dark exists, but assist. If you want to help another player, state how and why, and roll a die and share the risk. So this is, again, straight out of Burning Wheel, straight out of Torchbearer. In Torchbearer, you can help, but if you help and they fail, you share in the risk of the outcome. Teamwork. When 3 or more PCs work together, the GM picks who rolls the action, sometimes the most skilled, sometimes the least skilled, and the other PCs assist. If an action, so teamwork rolls, just like Blades in the Dark, setup rolls, just like Blades in the Roll. When a previous action makes a follow-up more effective, you can assist them, but without any risk. You get to add them a die to their pool, but you don't have to take the risk, right? You set them up. You're not actually helping them in this exact moment. And if you have outside assistance, like from the environment or NPCs, you can add an additional D. The GM rolls 1 die to represent it. I grim slam my spark on the thorn chance and risk a cut by the slide rigger. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes people like terminology. It makes them feel more connected to the game. Action roll. Rolled if you want to pull off something risking. State how, state why. Clarify your intent. The GM picks the stat that matches your intention. So you discuss what you're going to do. You describe it. You talk about why you're doing it, not just how you're doing it, but why you're doing it. It's a rule. Declare your intent. And then it's the GM who picks the stat. All right. If you do it perfectly, you do it and avoid any trouble. If it's messy, you do it, but there's some amount of trouble. It prompts an impact move, aka a soft move, I guess, maybe. If you Grim, you fail and there is trouble. In other words, you prompt an impact move. So most of the results of the die rolls are going to result in it prompting an impact move. We don't know what that is yet. But if we get the perfect or messy, we do it. If we get the Grim, we get the impact move and the fail. The GM makes an impact move to introduce consequences. You do not get a defense roll against the consequences of your own actions. AKA, if you rolled low, then you don't get to try to avoid it. A defense roll is what happens if the GM is trying to basically make a saving throw. Perfect, you avoid the trouble. Messy, you avoid it. You lighten the consequences. And in Grim, you take the full, badness. So this is kind of their version of resistance rolls. Defense is cinematic. It's a reaction. It's out of your hands. The GM picks the stat to fit the danger, your PC's likely reaction, vulnerabilities, and what feels right for the moment. This keeps it varied. You can't always just use your strongest stat, which is kind of sometimes a problem in Blades in the Dark. Montage roll. If you want to roll to condense a sequence and you don't want to play it out in detail, but still want to leave it up to the dice, roll 2 dice, resolving it all as one action roll, narrate a few beats, keep things moving, or zoom in on a Grim. If multiple PCs join, each rolls 2 dice and shares the risk. Collaborate on the results. 6s in separate pools don't count as criticals. So there we go. It's like, yeah, we're going to cross the desert. I don't want to roll a bunch of stuff. Let's just do a montage roll. Everybody helps out, describe it a little bit, play it out in detail. Everybody roll your 2d6 pool, and we'll sort of figure out what the net result is from the entire thing. And if nobody rolls above a 3 and it's a Grim result, then maybe we can focus in on, your character's getting ambushed by desert raiding scorpions or something. Diminishing pools. So these are clocks, which someone says aren't clocks because they're roll dice. All right. Diminishing pools. They are a set of D6 used to track things like time, resources, or effort. When triggered, with this little symbol, roll the die and drop 1 die for each 1 to 3 result. At 0 dice, the pool depletes and the fiction changes. So this is basically clocks, except instead of ticking down, deterministically, the GM just decides, oh, that's worth a clock tick, that's worth a clock tick. Instead, it's random. There might be something that triggers it, but there's only a 50% chance that each die will drop out. So it's kind of a bit like Forbidden Lands resource dice, right? Where it's like, you're never quite sure exactly how close you are. Because, JG's right. You could start with a long pool of 8 dice. And the very first time it triggers, the GM takes 8d6, rolls them, and they all are 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so just like that, the pool is empty, the pool depleted, the fiction changes. Whatever that diminishing pool was representing, some terrible badness, comes to light. On the other hand, you could have a 4 dice pool and you just can't roll above, you can't roll a 1, 2, or 3 to save your life. It sits there forever. It being random is, I don't know that I dislike it, Cephalodog, but it is an interesting experience. It's a little bit different. It feels a little bit more like, disclaiming decision making, right? It feels like it's a little bit more like putting it up, to an oracle to sort of decide. But I don't know that I love it. I'm again, these are just first takes, first reactions. Because one of the reasons I do enjoy role-playing games as the game master is I like being surprised too, and I like having to think on my feet. And there's a little bit of kind of like you are absolved of any blame for ticking the clock, right? It's up, it wasn't my fault. The dice rolled like shit. So it kind of like removes your responsibility from the bad stuff happening, and it just kind of becomes a function of the dice. So there's like a little bit of randomness there. Anyways, at 0 dice, an event occurs, a situation ends, or a resource is depleted. Make sure to reflect the fiction. If a pool and the fiction don't match up, adjust it or scrap the pool. When a messy or perfect action roll triggers a task pool, is it a different type of pool? Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Drop 1 dice from the pool before rolling. If you take greater effect on a critical, drop 2 dice. Okay. So a task pool must be like, you're trying to fill up a clock. Yeah. effort to overcome tasks. Task progress, usually an action roll. Cephalodog, yes. I mean, that could result in a lot of just extraneous dice rolls and a lot of rolling the dice and a lot of rolling the dice. And I also really worry that it could end up in a situation where, like, now obviously they must have play tested this, because the fact that they said if you get a messy or perfect action rolls, you automatically drop a die from the pool before you even roll it, because they must have originally just had it be like, oh, it triggers the task pool, and then somebody succeeded, but then they roll the task pool and they didn't get any 1, 2s, and 3s, so they didn't actually get any closer to accomplishing their task, and people must have been like, well, that fucking doesn't make any sense in the fiction. So in this situation, somebody could, if someone succeeds in an action, whether it's a success with complication or perfect success, they will always drop at least one die from the pool automatically without rolling. So they made that so that you're always working it down. But, at the same time, I thought resource dice from Forbidden Lands were really cool, and I liked what they represented. So, I'm not completely tore off to this. Timer pools, events unfolding in the background, key moments, time passing, or a few PCs act. Danger pools, threats becoming likely, impact moves, major events, threats. Task pools, efforts to overcome tasks. Resource pools, quantity of something precious. The resource sees significant usage. So that's when we would roll, right? It's a lot of dice. Also, I'm thinking in terms of just, on one hand, it does give me an excuse to just have an absolute shitload of D6s just sitting out at my table. On the other hand, it's very easy to take a note card and draw a clock on it and just fill it in with a marker. So having all these dice pools sitting around, I don't know about you guys, but when I play Blades in the Dark, it's not uncommon for there to be like 6 or 7 different clocks on the table, right? Some of them are larger, campaign clocks. Some of them are specific to the score that they're on. Some of them are player-driven clocks. So it's not unusual for me to have 7 or 8 note cards down at once. That might be a little unwieldy with piles of dice. And if I have to write down how many dice are in the pool, it feels like it's kind of an extra unnecessary step, Let's see here. Vantage. Your character's frame of reference. The sum of your backstory, talents, and the current fiction, everything that's on your sheet and everything that's affecting you. When a question arises about what can you do, have, or know, check it against your vantage. Does it feel like a given, a stretch, or a reach? This is a way of mechanizing, what can your character do without rolling the dice. Proper vantage opens up possibilities and gives the freedom to declare story details. Lacking it makes things more difficult or even impossible. So if you're a doctor, you could probably suture a wound. But if my character has no medical training whatsoever and someone's bleeding out, me trying to stitch their wound closed is probably reaching, right? But whereas a thief, pretty much, it almost certainly has a lockpick. Use the details on your sheet as creative inspiration and limitations for role-playing. They are player, not GM tools. When unsure of your PC's actions or thoughts, play towards or even against a relevant detail. Update details as the story unfolds, announcing the change and giving a vignette to give it weight and clearly convey the change to other players. So when you do change something on your character sheet, you want to have a little mini scene where you're really changing it. One of your character's traits changes or something like that. We really want to, see that scene on the TV show. Character details. Your background, your heritage, upbringing, and profession are the core of your vantage. You choose any two that most... So this is kind of like... It's kind of like Blades in the Dark. It's kind of like 13th Age, right? It's an idea of rather than focus on skills, basically, it basically just says, if we know what your character's background is from your upbringing, your hair, where you came from, how you were raised, and what was your class, what's your profession. We basically kind of have a good feel or a good sense of, yeah, you could probably do that. Yeah, you probably couldn't do that. Some people will like that. Some people will hate that. The ragamuffin background means you learned a lot from the streets. Without it, your upbringing is just set dressing. Traits, choose 2 that describe you, 1 that definitely doesn't. Choose 3 distinct features, 2 desires. Talents, special advantages that set your PC apart. At character creation, you choose a path, rogue, wizard, or fighter, which gives you its core talent and a list of talents that align thematically with you. You gain new talents as you level, choosing from your path or taking talents from other paths. The path name is simply a label. On its own, it doesn't mean anything. We have our stats: brawn, agility, wits, and presence. Brawn and agility are paired as physical. Wits and presence are paired as mental. Bonds, you're dynamic with each PC. Write an intensity and a nature below, or write your own. Shades of Fabula Ultima here. I have deep affection. I have low-key affection. Seems kind of an acronym. I have tense affection. I don't know what tense affection is. Is that like a love-hate thing? Bonds are your strongest view of the other PCs and not necessarily reciprocal. You can change a bond at any time, such as in response to something that they've done, or when you learn something new about them. When it changes, give a short vignette, and the other PC takes spark. We can add minor discretions freely. On the other hand, if we want to add major details, story, this is the other meta currency. So spark is pure protagonist energy. Story is pure cinematic momentum. Each session, you have 2 story. So you start with 2 story. Spend it to add story details that go beyond mere dressing, creating new opportunities or shifting the scene in your favor. Added details must fit your advantage, at least as a stretch, or tie into an existing story arc. So your character, your gear, your contacts, your backstory, the NPC's actions, their objects, their atmospherics, history, geography, factions. There's a town over those hills. The king falls ill. The guard falls asleep. Added details cannot override roles or contradict established elements. If your detail affects another PC's, get their permission. The GM can make a story roll to see how true or beneficial it is or add nuance. On a Grim, it may backfire. The GM can also veto things if it keeps the things coherent. Yes, this is a cinematic narrative maneuver, not a cinematic tactical maneuver, George. It is a cinematic narrative maneuver. All right, it's time to bust out the white monster. There are gray zones between set dressing, story details, and details simply too impactful to add. You have to set the boundaries within your group. So JG says, unsure about turning this into a meta currency instead of making it an expectation of play. Great question, JG. Great observation. My experience is twofold, JG. Number one, if you give people a currency, they are more likely to spend it. They don't want to end the session with their 2 story points unspent. Believe it or not, if you were to give people sort of a freedom to create details as needed, as part of the expectation of play, there's a lot of people that wouldn't. By making it a currency and making it something that resets at the beginning of every session, you're going to get at least 1 story addition from probably every player. And I think that's a really good thing. There's some players who may not feel comfortable, and there's some people who may not just think about it. Secondly, the opposite problem is also true. There are players like me or Smith who will happily add details at every step along the way. And I'm not saying that we're doing it to be a spotlight hog, but we fill in the gaps that other people leave. So limiting someone like me to only 2 story beats is also a good thing. Patrick says, my players frequently forget about meta currencies like inspiration and hero points. And Patrick, that is something that I've heard time and time again. And I think part of the reason for this is both, and I'm curious, part of the reason I think people talk about this and why people are like, oh, I always forget about inspiration and ideas about stuff like that, is because they're playing online or they're playing in person and they don't use physical doodads, right? This is my stack of poker chips that I've used as hero points and fate points and bennies and stuff like that for over 20 years. And whether I'm using blue little gems or any number of little doodads, I think having something physical and tactile makes so much of a difference instead of just some abstract number written on like the back side of your character sheet somewhere. So trust me when I say that if I was playing Grimwild, we would have 2 different colored gems, or we would have poker chips for spark, and we would have little blue gems for story or something like that. Tangles. These are character-driven complications that you introduce into a scene and you have to follow up on them. In return, you take spark. Tangles must stem from your vantage or story arcs and always have an immediate impact, like having to make a roll or having an option get closed off or forcing inaction. These are things like unwise decisions your PCs would make, like tossing aside your sword to keep it fair. Choosing your personal motivations over group goals. You poison the general's wine to get your revenge. Complications from your beliefs or backstories. So this is mechanically rewarding you with spark for making quote unquote bad decisions that are in line with the established fictional narrative of your character, namely either the story arc that you guys are on or your character's vantage, which remember, vantage consumes your character's heritage, their upbringing, and their profession. So, this is Inigo offering the man in black, AKA Wesley, the opportunity. He throws him down the rope, right? Because he's a man of honor and he doesn't want to do it. And then he goes, I'm going to duel him left-handed. Why? Because I'm a duelist at heart and I would not be fair any other ways. He's giving himself disadvantages. And in a role-playing game where you're thinking, I want to win, I don't want to lose. And not only that, you're just thinking like, I don't want to, do my group dirty. I think it's really important that people can sort of, even if it's not a big deal to you, it might be a big deal to other people, and seeing themselves get rewarded for it makes you feel like, oh, they're not doing this just to be a dick because it's what their character would do. They're doing it because, the game is asking them to, and they're getting rewarded for it. So this is what we're supposed to do. And in fact, a character who does that is essentially car-opping the game, because spark is something, while you can only have 2 at most, you can regain spark many times. And so, number one, if a character has 2 spark, there's no reason for them to introduce a tangle because it would gain them nothing. So that encourages you to spend your spark. But the other thing it does is it means that the character who is constantly introducing their character's complications, who is adding drama to the story, who's letting their vantage and letting their character's background and profession and heritage and their story kind of complicate the ongoing episode, are going to gain more spark, which means they are going to be able to add more dice to their dice rolls, which means they are going to be more successful than people who don't. So it's this weird sort of catch-22 where by making things tougher, you actually make things easier. You create, it's sort of, you set them up and then you get, you create a bigger problem, but then they give you the ammunition that you need to deal with the problem. And what that creates is a cinematic experience, right? Where you have bigger problems, larger than life issues, that it seems like everything's going bad. And yet these characters always have the wherewithal. They have that super mega protagonist energy to overcome these challenges. And that's very interesting. So this is, and you might be saying, oh, this is so mechanical. Yes, these are interlocking systems that's designed to produce a specific kind of play experience. Okay, story arcs. So we pick a group arc together as a group, and then we pick a character arc. Pick an example or write your own. So we might want to make things right, explore the world, build a reputation as the meanest sons of bitches around, or on my own personal struggles. I'm dealing with my love of the halfling's leaf. Take spark by resolving an arc with a meaningful moment, however big or small. This could mean achieving your goal, adjusting it for the next step, or just moving on from it entirely. You shrug your shoulders and let the night ride off. You have more to worry about than your revenge. Take a spark. Group arcs unite players around a theme, while character arcs help you express your own story. Most importantly, they give you authorial power. There's that word, author. And for those of you who have been around for our GNS stanzas, then you've also know that you've been around for our actor, author, director conversations. Most importantly, they give you authorial power, because remember, you can add tangles. You can add to the story where it relates to your character's vantage or a existing story arc. So, for example, if your character has a personal desire to escape my past, because I used to run with this, really shady thieves guild, and they asked me to do, we were just stealing things, and then one day they asked me to, to burn down a building because they didn't pay, and it turned out it was like an orphanage, and I refused to do it, and I've been a wanted man, and I did some terrible things, and I fled the city, but no one gets out, right? Once you're part of the life, they want you forever. Well, great, that's my story arc. And now I can spend a story point, or I can use Matt as a tangle and say, yes, of course, as we enter, there's people here waiting for me, that have been sent to bring me back for rogue, for Thieves Guild justice. I'm going to earn a spark. And also, yes, look at me imposing my my character story into this episode as a sort of a meaningful way. Well, Vin, I think you would hate it because it has a GM meta currency. We're not quite sure how powerful the GM meta currency is, but it remains to be seen. So by picking a story arc, you signal to the GM you want drama, dilemmas, and opportunities. Try to resolve arcs within 3 to 5 sessions, which is also problematic for all of you 55, 75 session gamers out there. On the character sheet, there are 5 boxes beside each arc. These are optional ways to track how many sessions you've played into an arc. 3 to 5 session arcs, my beloved. All right, so what about when you take damage? So if you get hit, you get harm. A hard hit to your mind or body. No. What they're saying is that, so this is a way that your character can incorporate narratively to earn. I mean, long and short, it's a way to signal to the GM what you want to do, but it's ultimately a way for you to earn meta currency to get it bonus dice. But like they're saying, like if your ambition is to explore the world, that how long is that really going to stay interesting? Like, are you going to do that for 55 sessions? Are you going to do that for 20 sessions? Like it gets kind of long in the tooth, like at a certain point. Like we don't need to see this thing getting beat over our head for, over and over and over and over again. But, I mean, again, I think that there's a, and also remember too, I don't know about this game particularly, but Forged in the Dark and Dungeon World games and stuff tend not to be as long lasting as your typical grind to 20 D&D type games. All right. So if we take damage, this is the default damage from an impact move. Physical damage leaves you bloodied. Mental damage leaves you rattled, and you take +1 thorn on all rolls. That means we're going to roll in a D8. For each type of harm you have, ignore thorns from marks to related stats. So we ignore thorns from marks. I'm not sure what that means. Getting bloodied or rattled a second time leaves you dropped. You're out of the scene. Make a story roll to see if you're out temporarily, take a condition, or wind up dead. Okay. Hey, listen. They said that this game was primarily based around Dungeons and Dragons. That's what they said at the beginning of the game. They said particularly the modern and most recent editions of D&D. Isaiah, you might be right. I mean, they may have been pulling a bait and switch here. So, okay. It's more terminology that was fucking with me. Okay, so if you get damage, you become bloodied, but you can also take what's called a mark, and you can take it to one of the 4 stats. And when you take a mark, it's just a temporary hindrance, like being winded or confused, and you get +1 thorn on the next roll to that stat, and then clear it. So it's like temporary harm instead of permanent harm. And then if the stat is already marked, mark its paired stat instead. And if both are marked, take the harm. So for example, if brawn got marked and agility got marked, and then we needed to mark again, we would mark bloodied. Marks are often combined with other consequences or another mark when inflicted directly. So you might have to mark your agility and get thrown off your horse. So it has a narrative, fictional component to the damage, not just a mechanical one. You also take a mark when you push yourself. So like Forged in the Dark, this game lets you push yourself. Conditions. So we saw these on the character sheet over here. Conditions. Specific injuries or maladies that impact only relevant situations and are lasting. They come combined with harm. They often come combined with harm or mark. So for example, the woman that we thought we were in love with turns out to have just been using us to get inside information on the king's movements, leaves us rattled, in which case we would mark this box rattled. But it would give us a condition, which would be broken heart, which we would write over here in the conditions box. And that it can be urgent, short-term, long-term, or permanent. And then if that condition hinders us, we take an additional thorn. So the idea of permanent conditions is pretty cool. I mean, that's not something that I've really seen too much of. I mean, it's kind of like traumas. So it's D&D mixed with Monster Hearts. Well, no, self-confessed cynic. It says it's a cinematic fantasy game, fantasy role-playing game focused on exploration. What does it say? Doing exploration. What page are we on here? Let me see what we'll let the game speak for itself. It is a game of cinematic fantasy adventure. You go on quests, you delve into dungeons, and you explore the wilderness. So that's what the game expects you to be doing. So I don't know that I would say it's Monster Hearts. But it does offer you mechanical ways to represent things like having a broken heart. Whereas in D&D, that would mean nothing. Conditions clear when it makes sense, like after the scene, after rest, or when a pool tracking them depletes. All right. Vex, an intense flash of emotion like anger, confusion, or fear, taken in an emotionally charged situation. You can choose to take Vex and a mark in place of rattled if it fits the situation. The GM can also hit you with it directly. Vex prompts are immediate, instinctive responses. Interpret the response. Your PC is driven by emotion, but you get to decide how it plays out. It is kind of Blades in the Dungeon. That's probably actually the best way to call it. It's Blades in the Dungeon. It is a lot of keywords, and a lot of these keywords are also kind of, I mean, to be fair, that is the pot calling the kettle black. We are people of D20. We are people of D&D. We are people of Pathfinder 2. And those things have fucking so much jargon. We don't even understand how much jargon it is because we're so used to it. So those games have an obscene amount of jargon. Now, is this new jargon? Yes. Is it new jargon for a game that for mechanics that have already been structurally accepted by the vast amount of people in the community? Yes, because a lot of these things that they're talking about exist as Blades in the Dark terms that a lot of people use, but maybe the audience isn't Blades in the Dark players. I don't know. I think that there's D&D jargon is pretty straightforward though. Fuck it is. Anyways, okay. Healing, I don't really care about, but you know, you can heal, and treatment and heal up over time. Downtime, extended breaks, a month or a whole season. You fully heal and you reset all your per session talents. The GM rolls for faction pools. Ooh. After they pick and deplete one to move the story forward, you can roll a montage to achieve something pivotal, not pivotal. Interesting. If you rest, such as between significant action, at least overnight, but also maybe like a week's travel, even with small scenes, it's just a single rest. Paced for drama, not for realism. Clear all marks and heal. So getting back to fixing some of the issues that D&D has with cinematic pacing, all of you here know this because all of us have played D&D or Pathfinder. The problem is if you try to create or structure something that's going to build up tension or drama over, say, a several-day journey, the problem is at the end of every day, the characters rest by default, and then they're basically healed to full. They get all their spells back. You know what I mean? Like, there's no concept of being of tension building or resources depleting unless you trigger it all within the same day or the same hour, and that leaves you a little bit boxed in when it comes to cinematic pacing and time scales, which I think is interesting. Potency, which is another term, right? At least they're using the term from Blades in the Dark. The ability to pull off jaw-dropping feats. When you have potency on a task, you ignore the thorns from difficulty and can attempt tasks that would normally be impossible. such as lifting a boulder, a volley of arrows, inciting mutiny, leaping a massive gap, enduring fire, befriend a wild tiger, use echoes to create a rock slide. If a roll would normally be plus 0T, so no thorns, you automatically succeed. If it's plus 1 or 2, it has greater effect if you don't roll a grim. There's a gray zone between jaw-dropping and just too much. Try to get a good feeling for it. So this is how you become a superhero and do super things. Power pool. So these are just the odds and ends, folks. We have another pool. Power pool. The power of some talents or items rolled in place of a stat as part of using it. Oh, we saw these on the example character sheet, right? Where certain talents had their own like mini pools that would deplete, I guess. Buffs. Beneficial effects, fearless, invisible, that expand vantage, ease tasks, make rolls unnecessary, or provide outside assistance. If you give a buff to an ally that persists in your absence, you can assist relevant rolls without risk. So it's kind of a way to mechanize buffs. You can use it to give people vantage, to let them do things they wouldn't ordinarily be able to do, make tasks easier by reducing the number of thorns, potentially make a roll completely unnecessary, or let you give outside a distance, giving them an additional die. And if you buff them, you can even give them that die essentially by assisting them without having to take the risk yourself. Quarrels. Quarrels are conflicts between PCs, which is kind of what I guess what they were. Arguments, competitions, even violence. Quickly resolve impasses in the story. Don't waste game time debating. Clearly state the stakes for winning and losing, erring on the side of the dramatic. Bruises, not bloodied. Hurt feelings, not vex. Each player rolls 2 dice and the highest wins. A 5 beats a 4. Invoke your bond to take a +1 dice. Others can assist or join at 2 dice with their own agenda. On a tie, compromise, or keep quarreling. The winner narrates how they won. Then the loser narrates how they handle losing. The results of the quarrel are final. It's okay for the PC that lost to be bitter, but the story moves in the winner's direction. Both sides take spark, and this is very clearly taken from Burning Wheel and you know subsequent Burning Wheel games, where you can literally have a mechanical thing between players, and it's binding. The other player, you know, who loses still gets to decide how to play it out, but the results of the quarrel are binding. People will either love it or hate it. I personally don't want to see 2 players role play out their disagreement, because I believe fundamentally that I'm not trying to convince your character. I'm trying to convince you. And I think most people are very biased, and I think most people are not going to change their mind unless they want to, or they will change their mind because they want to, not because it's what their character would do. So I like leaving this up to dice rolls because I think it's much more interesting. JG thinks this is a recipe for bitterness and resentment. And JG, I don't know that you would be wrong. I think a lot of people would be bitter, and I think a lot of people would resent this. I think what it really comes down to, JG, is both players should have to agree to quarrel. So if I come to you and I want to argue with you and I want to convince your character of something, and you say, no, I don't want to quarrel with you, you can choose not to quarrel. And, you know, oh, dropped out here. Oh, we had a little bit of a drop out there. Nice little YouTube studio. Thanks, YouTube. I mean, yes, character drama should be separate from player drama, but so often it is the case that they are not, and people do take it pretty personally. You can also push yourself. There's a lot of moving pieces here, I'm not going to lie. You can expend extra effort to activate certain talents that require it. After using the talent, mark a related stat. Talents that require you to push yourself can be activated without a mark once per session. So it's like, oh boy. So if I'm a bard and I take forked tongue, when I'm given time, I can tell potent lies. Now, you need to know what potent means, right? Now, we just read it, so you should know what it means. Now, luckily, I have the advantage of having played Blades in the Dark for the last 10 years. But this means that you gain potency, which means that you can ignore thorns on a task, okay? Except not damage. See, even I forgot that. You can ignore thorns from difficulty, but not thorns from damage, and lets you accomplish the great and most important mighty things. In other words, my bard with the forked tongue ability can basically make the most outrageous lies. And I could push myself if I want to do it on the spot, which means I could do it lickety split on the thing. You know, the guards have you cornered and you're like, you idiot. I'm the king's cousin. It's an absolutely outrageous lie. And any GM worth their salt would say, I'm giving you, 3 thorns. That's impossible. But you say, aha, I have forked tongues and I'm doing it on the spot. So I'm going to push myself, which I can do by marking, my wits or my presence or my agility or my brawn. A brawn and agility don't really make sense. So probably my wits, maybe my presence, maybe either one of those could potentially make sense. But what if I don't want to mark that? Well, then once per session, I can get a free push just to this ability by marking it here. Now, do I like all this kind of quasi-resource management stuff? Sure, I do. But I get that a lot of people are afraid of it, and a lot of people are very hesitant to use mechanics that help them do awesome things. So I like this, but I get that not everybody will. I personally think it's cool. All right. Always. If you have the ability to always succeed or receive a benefit, it holds true unless the GM makes a counter move. So more terminology. A strong NPC trait is in play or other extenuation circumstances. In short, always actually means like 95% of the time. Before and after the sessions, you do a pre-cap. Recall your... Shouldn't that be a recap? Recall your PC's best moment from the previous session. Discuss how your story arcs and bonds might... Oh, I see what it says. Discuss how your story arcs and bonds might come into play this session, and then take Spark. After the GM recaps to tie it all together. So you're kind of giving a preview, I guess, of what might happen this. I don't know if I love that so much. Well, I'm fine with previously on Blaze in the Dungeon. What I'm not is discussing how your story arcs and bonds might come into play this session. I mean, that feels like a little bit like too on the nose. Like, oh, it'd be really cool to see if, maybe the Thieves Guild. I mean, there's a collaborative storytelling element to this, but I think that this becomes too, again, I like randomness because I like not knowing where the session's going to go, right? This can start to feel a little bit too prescriptive in what our session's going to be like. And then at the end of the session, we get we fill 1 XP box per session. Fill boxes equal to the next level, which lets you choose new talent. The GM can award 1 bonus XP for standout sessions, about 1 in 4. And for a slower pace, you can even slash the XP box before filling it. So if you want, you can cut the XP advancement in half if you want a slower paced game. Makes sense. I'm not really going to get into spellcasting, but it looks like they're mostly narrative. While each style has its quirks, they all follow the same laws of magic. Spells are cast like using touchstones. Key terms like spell names, godly domains, or item descriptions. You interpret these on the fly, defining the permissions and limitations of your magic when you cast. Each source clearly defines its touchstones, casting methods, and any required cost. Magic has 4 magnitudes: cantrips, spells, potent spells, and rituals. The final result, not the method to which can be achieved, and the narrative impact, not the result. Okay. Cantrips are like set dressing. They should feel flavorful. Spells are like an action roll. They should feel useful. Potent spells should feel powerful, and rituals should feel like nothing. So again, it's kind of using, I think that the spellcasting system here is kind of, again, using narrative like things. So for example, if something's flaming, then you can burn, you could illuminate, but you probably can't calm someone down. If something is dazzling, it can blind people, distract people, but it can't mend objects, right? So if it feels like it's a reach, it's beyond it. A GM can veto spells that don't allow with your touchstone. So basically, it sounds like every spell is kind of pull out of your ass at the last minute. I mean, you're just using it as a way to sort of narratively, expand stuff. So like, for example, if your touchstone is shadow sorcery, then with a cantrip, you might be able to, snuff out a light. With a spell, you could blind a foe. With a potent spell, you might be able to summon a cloud of darkness. And with a powerful ritual, you could bring eternal night, maybe to an entire region or city. Cool stuff. touchstone limitations. When you take a magical talent, have a discussion with the GM about what your magic can and can't do. Clearly defining it in this way makes the magic feel more fun to play with. Creativity thrives within limitations. If a PC's magic feels too broad during the campaign, consider new limitations to keep it balanced and engaging. A shadow sorcerer might limit their magic so shadows can never cause physical harm, or make them tangible but useless if they're in direct sunlight. Most limitations naturally arrive from touchstones. So, this is where you lean into the tropes of your touchstone of that particular magic. And, that gives it certain strengths, but it gives it certain weaknesses or inabilities too. And I think that's really interesting. It's cool. Magic is a free-form system built on flexible and creative rulings from the GM with the understanding that its freedom is meant to preserve the feeling of magic. While this system can be exploited in unfair, I mean, they're just dropping bombs here, and I love it. While this system can be exploited in unfun ways aimed at winning, it relies on you buying into your magic touchstones and the magnitudes of magic. Don't be a weasel. Okay, but like, how much damage does it do?
Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game.
Wait. Do we have damage here? No, okay, we don't. I mean, there's like a thing up here. So, Vin, here we go. You cast Flaming Claw as a spell at the goblins, aiming for a huge claw to grab one, ignite it, and hurl it into the rest. This fits the touchstones, but your intent, which is to harm multiple goblins at once, might work as a spell on a bunch of mooks, but these are some tough goblins. You'll have to choose to target just one or cast it as a potent spell to pull off the full effect. So it's really about, managing where how you think the flavor and fun of that is. A normal spell probably can maybe take out one goblin, but if they were just minions, then yeah, maybe you could just take them all out with a spell. But if you want to take out a whole group of regular monsters, is there damage? We don't know. Derek, what's your favorite Monster Energy flavor? That would be the Zero Ultra, aka the white. I also like the low-cal blue one. I used to like the green one. Hey, Duncan, first tip.
Duncan DT tipped $5.
Thank you, Duncan.
What a fun magic system. Seems to have a few more levers than Fabu.
Let me be very clear, Duncan. This is exactly what I want out of a magic system. This is exactly what I want out of a magic system. Like, maybe a little bit more mechanical clarity, but for the most part, this is exactly what I want to do. For example, I love Fabula Ultima. I love the ritual system in Fabula Ultima. And I love, if you're an elementalist, you can take elementalism. And if everybody has ritualism. And if you're an entropist, you can take the entropism or whatever. And I love that. And I do appreciate the convenience and the ease of just, I'm going to cast Ignite or, Fira or whatever, Fire or Bolt or whatever, Jolteon or whatever it's called. And just deal like 25 magic, 25 lightning damage, 25 electricity damage for 20 MP or whatever. And that is very nice and very clear. But I will admit that, it's two sides and there's no spectrum between it. You have your spells and you have your rituals. This feels like it is running the entire, gamut. But I probably would like a little bit more mechanical clarity as well. And maybe they give it to us. I'm talking shit. Maybe it isn't. Rituals. Possess a source of magic, anchor the ritual to the physical and metaphysical realm, and complete its rites. AKA, this is Dungeon World's ritual system, which I love. So this is fantastic. Binding ritual. You might need 9 chanters, a circle of perfectly round stones, and a sacrificial imp. Love it. Regeneration ritual. Sacred water, the tears of a unicorn, the high priest's blessing. So I love Dungeon World's ritual system. I think that magic, like when I think magic, I think of it existing in 3 capacities, which this game actually gives us 4. So I think of magic existing in the cantrip realm, where it's flavorful and appropriate and I don't want to mechanize it because I don't need that many cantrips. I just like, look, if I'm a shadow sorcerer, then I can do fun, flavorful, fun stuff with shadows, and we shouldn't have to worry about whether or not I have the right cantrip for that. I hate that shit. I mean, basically, it's like prestidigitation on crack, right? And like that's what I want out of my cantrips. And I want it to be very flavorful, and I want it to be completely freeform. For rituals, I want the same. I want it to be big and bold and powerful, but I also want it to not just be something like, oh, I took my spell today, so I can rain down an ungodly firestorm about everybody. And by the way, I could take 2 of those a day. I could take those every day, and I could cast them for the rest of time. These should be like once a campaign events, and it shouldn't be something from a book. It's something that is custom created for this unique effect. And then there's the stuff in the middle, which is your ordinary everyday spells. This is where maybe I would like a little bit more mechanical clarity. That's just me personally, but I think it's fine. That being said, I don't like Vancian systems, so where's the give and take on that? But again, Fabula Ultima accomplishes this with its MP system, so Fabula Ultima is kind of a good source there. Anyways, really like this ritual system here. It's not about it's more about building a quest, right? Because you have to have the appropriate source, and you have to have exotic ingredients and do something special. Ordinary everyday spells. Well, the problem, Beowulf, is that the common conceit of fantasy is that magic is something that for some of these characters is relatively commonplace. And the fact of the matter is, and I know this because I just got done playing Forbidden Lands, and in Forbidden Lands, every time you cast a spell, there's a very real chance that your character will have a fumble and have to roll on the critical the mishap and roll on the mishap table. And the mishap table can permanently fuck your character up, or it could even kill your character. It could have their soul ripped out by a demon. And then the long and short of this is, as a spellcaster, you're kind of being incentivized to not cast spells. Well, that's why I chose to be a fucking spellcaster. That would be like saying, well, I want to fight, and I like swords, and I want to have cool abilities. I'm going to be a fighter. And you're like, okay, well, every time you swing your sword, there's a chance that your character will die. And you're like, what? No, I want to swing my sword a lot. That's why I chose to be a fighter, So I think, in fantasy, you need to, think. And I agree. I agree with Vin. Low fantasy is not D&D. It is not. But I also think that in low fantasy, it's kind of a mistake to even have wizards and magic be something that even a character could be. Right? Because you're just setting them up with this bad expectation that they can cast spells, but not really. Oh, you're a spellcaster? Okay, you're going to give up heavy armor, you're going to give up shields, you're going to give up swords, you're going to give up hit points, you're going to give up survivability, you're going to give up skills so that you can cast magic. But don't ever cast magic because it'll destroy you. And Dan, that's kind of the OSR thing on that, but in my personal experience, usually the risk is not worth it. The fighters are just doing just fine, just killing people, because they're still afraid of people being able to blow everything away and make the game trivial and meaningless, because they have players who go, yeah, it's risky, but also YOLO, I'm going to cast spells. That's what I came here to do. And he's like, yeah, but what if your character dies? You're like, well, then I'll make a new character. So unless you're going to kick me out of the campaign, or I don't know, kill me in my sleep because my wizard died, then I'm just going to, play it. Yes, wizard is not a playable class in the One Ring. That's a very good moment. Yes, it's kind of like I'm immortal on as long as I'm alive, right? So it's worth it, and it's until the exact moment you essentially lose the character. And I should also note, Isaiah, that in games like this, let me tell you something. I played a lot of these games. Nobody ever thinks it's going to happen to them. And then when it does, they tend to be pretty salty about it. Just saying. Okay, treasure. We have minor treasure, major treasure, and mythic treasure. Sounds like treasure is kind of abstracted here. Stash of gold or rare artifact. A treasure is only truly valuable what people will pay for it. Hauling treasure isn't a problem unless the GM makes it one. It could be a tangible thing. It could be an intangible thing. It could even be a magical thing. So you might get a sailing ship as a mythic gift, but you could also get mercenaries from an army or help from a kingdom. Those are intangible. When you gain treasure, the GM can either specify what it is or just give it its tier and hand wave it away. If you want specifics or if it becomes important to the story, figure it out later. Anytime that you're in a settlement, you can carouse by selling off a minor treasure, with each PC spending the leisure time as you like. Make a montage roll and narrate, or suffer, the results. After the scene's up, everyone takes spark. It's kind of like trying to get some, like, you know, old school. Carousing isn't exactly a 3X D&D thing. That is definitely an old school thing, JG. I think you're being, unless you're meaning to be sarcastic. It's a little weird. This feels a little, but I mean, again, the game's like, well, it's about dungeon crawling and exploring ruins and ancient dungeons. Arcana are magic items. Wands, potions, scrolls, crafting, purchasing, and all this other stuff. So apparently there are magic items. The Staff of Embers, the Ring of Sol, and it looks like they're done descripting through touchstones, right? So the Staff of Embers has the fire, elementals, and creation touchstones. The Swift Blade has the attack and multiple strikes. Ring of Solitudes has time, hindrance, and traversal. The difference is we have to remember that these things are narrative, right? So a lot of this is going to be some heavy lifting from the GM to decide what is and what isn't, in line with your touchstone. That being said, all three of these magical items, the Staff of Embers, the Ring of Solitude, and the Swift Blade, sound cooler to me than most magical items from Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And then example of play coming soon. They don't have that yet. So that's it. Those are all the rules, such as it is. Is there anything concrete in this system? Well, there's the GM's toolkit. You roll dice. So, you can, there's sort of an oracle table. This is very Game Master Emulator, Why is this village so quiet? All right, we're going to roll and smash them together. A tense scheme. I'm going to interpret that as they're plotting rebellion. What's inside this temple? It's an ancient beacon. Oh, it's a forgotten artifact. What caused the havoc? A flickering rift. A demonic portal. So, again, basically is this just an elaborate narrative game? Yes. I see little narrative elements. I see little to none simulationist elements. I see very little gamist elements. I don't really see the gamist elements, Beowulf, honestly. I mean, a lot of the stuff here, Beowulf, is very like, this is suggestion, add it for the story. Sure. Heavy N, little g. Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that. Yes, I will. That is better. I will buy that. Well, look. We're on page 32. I reiterate and I stress again. Okay. This game draws heavily on the themes of Dungeons and Dragons and wears this influence on its sleeve, offering a narrative-focused take on that classic formula. It's especially influenced by modern D&D from 3rd edition onwards. So not the mechanics, but the themes. But the fact of the matter is, okay, let's take a step back. For the last however many years, wouldn't it have been way cooler and better if Critical Role had been playing this game? This is just the way that, now, I mean, I don't want to say that this is misleading advertising. I mean, certainly the game was pitched to me as D&D plus Blades in the Dark. I don't know that that's accurate, and maybe that was never what the author's intent was. However, it does seem to me that a vast majority of people who are playing D&D today, whether it's because of Matt Mercer or Brendan Lee Mulligan or whatever, a lot of people who are playing D&D today would be far better served with mechanics like these than by, 45 pages of grid-based combat, right? So, to me, this seems to be more aligned with the way that the vast majority of people are actually playing the game and what they expect out of games, right? They expect these, narrative, plot-filled, character beat moments, not, 1 hour long combats on a grid. And yes, Isaiah, I agree. People who want to play Critical Role would be better served by this, and I think that's totally reasonable. So we start with a session 0. We choose a theme. We discuss on what campaign themes and settings sound fun, so there is no pre-established setting. We choose a setting, or we just build one together. Like, okay, I've talked before on this channel about Eberron, right? Would I rather play Eberron in this? Yeah, probably, actually, rather than using 3rd edition D&D. I probably would. Eberron is this cinematic, high-flying characters, and I want my players to be able to like bring in all their characters' shady backstory elements and bring them in as plot points and bring them in with their story points. And I want my characters to, have the assassins from Karnath waiting for them at the train depot station, right? Like, I'd rather play Eberron in this game system than in 3rd edition D&D. All right, then we choose our adventuring party. Choose 2 that you see your party as, and 1 that you definitely are not. Again, I really like this theme of pick 2 that you are and 1 that you definitely aren't. Answer the prompts below to get a sense of your party's concept to ensure that you build characters that fit well. Jack says, all the people I know personally who watch Critical Role want D&D to be pretty much close to a video game / action RPG, right? Yes, when I'm watching Critical Role, the first thing that comes to my mind is Diablo or Path of Exile. Whereas Vince says, I have no idea what people who want to play Critical Role want. We'll find out. We'll find out how Daggerheart does. We'll find out if Critical Role uses Daggerheart. I assume this, Tundalus, I tend to agree with you. I assume they want their level 1 monk to have a legendary rival who is always one step ahead and also killed their brother, but is also secretly their long-lost brother. 100%. That is exactly what they want. Except they want that, but they also they also don't want anybody to know it. And they also somehow want the GM to do it without them having to actually ask them to do it, because if I have to say it or make people know it, then it doesn't have its cool dramatic moment for the audience. And it's like, what audience? There is no audience. It's just us at the table. No, the people watching at home. There is nobody watching at home. I know, but we can't just spoil it. I want to be like, oh, and I want to have a big emotional moment. I want to gain XP from emoting shock and betrayal. It was a deep cut to Chubos. But yeah, Tundalus, I think you nailed it. All right. Paths are collections of talents grouped by common. It's a class. It's a class. It's a class. Did I skip the GM section? Maybe accidentally. Oh yeah, I guess I did. Oh, yep, I did. Okay, we. You know what we were doing? I typed in 44 instead of 34. I did skip the GM section. Okay, sorry about that. All right. So we got oracles that we can roll to figure stuff out. Okay. GM rules. We can make a GM move. Story moves. Make, aka soft. For people who hate Dungeon World, they're going to hate to love this, right? So remember, GMs make moves all the time. Whenever the players look to you and ask what happens next, you're making a GM move. And your goal is to put forth your principles and agendas. So story moves, set up scenes, pace the game. They hint at problems and give players a chance to react. Make these moves anytime you want. Suspense moves help the players out in some way or escalate tension. When used, take suspense. Make these moves with good timing. Suspense is the GM's meta currency. Impact moves deal significant consequences, really crank up the tension, and make the world feel powerful. Make these moves only when prompted. These are your hard moves, and you don't get to just make these whenever you want. You have to get them only when prompted by the rules. Prompt, a trigger for you to make an impact move, caused by things like someone rolling a grim or a messy action, aka a 1-2-3 or a 4-5, a relevant pool that depletes, an unaddressed foreshadow move, aka golden opportunity, or by spending suspense. And again, they were very clear that Dungeon World was a big influence on this. So, calling something a foreshadow move maybe is better language than a golden opportunity. Anyways. Suspense. Remember, Spark is pure protagonist energy, and Story is pure cinematic goodness, and Suspense is the GM's meta currency. It's pure rising tension and cinematic timing. Gain suspense by skipping a prompted impact move or making a suspense move. Spend it to make an impact move at any time. So basically what this means is that if somebody needs to have a hard move done, but you don't want to do it at that time, you can skip making the hard move now, bank the suspense point, and then spend the suspense point later to make an impact move at any time. Normally, you can only make an impact move when prompted. This lets you hold on to that and do that later. But what it does not let you do is make impact moves that were never earned in any capacity. I think I purely hate most of this. There's no doubt. Skipping an impact move should feel like the PCs got off lucky. Something should have happened, but it didn't. That lingering suspense builds tension, ready to strike later. Use this when no immediate move feels compelling or when you want to shift focus to other scenes. I do have somewhat of a problem with this because if there is no immediate move, if it doesn't feel compelling and there's no real consequence of it, why are we making a move? That's the only problem I have there. By being able to bank impact moves and spend them later, you may be using impact moves whenever you want. But the total number of impact moves generated is still going to rely on how many impact moves the players prompted by rolling badly, basically. So if the players never make a grim action or a messy action, you will have nothing in your suspense and you won't be able to use it. So it lets you use them at different times, but what it doesn't let you do is create them ex nihilo, right? KC says, the cover of Eberron is a warforge dangling off of an airship, ready to jump onto a moving train. In 8 years of running in Eberron, that has never happened in any of my D20 games. This would be way better. Yes, KC, I agree. Yeah, but you can just eyeball that as a GM. And that's why Vin, quote, purely hates most of this. All right. Hit with impact. When something goes wrong, from failed rolls to a completed timer or impact moves, they should feel hard but fair. Damage is a solid baseline. In a fight, you get injured. Other consequences stings you just as much. Splitting it, break bigger consequences into smaller ones. Multiple effects can be just as effective and more situations. You might break up bloodied into a few marks. Spreading it out, hit multiple PCs, nearby NPCs, or even a PC who didn't prompt the move. Thinking off screen too. Fallout that happens beyond the immediate action. Okay, not all consequences need to occur in the spotlight. Hitting builds tension later, hastens incoming trouble, or creates missed opportunities. I mean, if you have that ability, which is part of Dungeon World, and I don't know why you need the suspense tokens, but using pools, building pressure with danger or timer pools. Start or roll a danger or timer pool as another outlet for consequences, often off screen. So if you've watched my channel, you know that what my solution to making moves, hard moves or soft moves in Blades in the Dark without wanting to have an immediate consequence is I think off screen too, and I tick a clock that is happening off screen. So if you have that release valve, then you don't need suspense pools. I don't think, but it's giving you that option here anyways. Setting risk. Framing danger when it's not the default. Most roles assume meaningful consequences. Declaring a high risk before, so this game does have position. Declare high risk before a roll or situation signals severe stakes, death, or worse. Low risk shifts outcomes into a lighter territory, and we're rolling for things that we agree we would normally skip, often with softer consequences. It's a tool for tone, and if you want to move between intense and light play. Taking suspense. If nothing comes to mind, skip the impact move and take suspense. So this is the fundamental issue that Daggerheart and this game are trying to solve. And it's the fundamental thing that I've seen for over 10 years on message boards and Reddits and heard discussed in Q&As at Gen Con, which is people struggling with the PBTA framework because the rules say the player has to make a roll. The result of the roll is the GM makes a move and the GM says, I can't think of anything to do. Nothing comes to mind. And these games are trying to solve that problem. And I mean, this is a endemic problem to this play space. And, you know, I mean, I get why they're trying to solve it. I just don't know that it needs to be solved. All right, so these are the story moves. These are the ones that you can use at any time. Foreshadow, a.k.a. What is it? Not describe danger. I'm trying to remember what it's called in Dungeon World. Show signs of an approaching threat. That's what it's called. Hint at trouble, sometimes with a timer or pool, prompts a later impact move. The wizard narrows his eyes angrily as you enter. What do? You hear hoofbeats coming. I'm going to set up a 4-dice timer. What do you do? Question. You can also ask provocative questions to stir up dramas or to flesh out your world. Why did you let them kill that bandit? Ask questions. Build on the answers. Classic PBTA advice. Set the scene. Use a story roll to determine how a scene starts off when it's unclear. Spotlight. It's been quiet for a while. What are you up to? Wrap it up. Call for a montage roll or just jump to a scene. Let's montage your escape from the collapsing dungeon. Okay, you finish mopping up the goblin rabble. Well, no, it's going to tick down when a move prompts it to, or when the GM moves prompt it to do so. For example, the GM might say, because this can prompt a later impact move. And one of the things that you could probably do with an impact move is roll a timer. So if the players dirtle around and keep, I don't know, cooking their second breakfast, then you might say, the hoofbeats grow closer. And then you roll the 4 dice, and 2 of them came up 1-2. So you take it out, and, you know, now it's 2 dice, and they're getting closer. I mean, that's no different than me making a 4 clock that's empty, and then saying it's going to get filled up when what? When the players take actions or not take actions? Yeah, it's the same thing. Keep the narrative flowing. The GM is also playing the game. Oh, here we go. Story moves. So why do we need these, right? Why do people like Vin hate these? Why do we need them? Well, this is why this game says so, and I think this language is pretty good here. Story game moves. These are all these kind of GM, you know, pushing the game forward moves. They keep the narrative flowing, the action engaging, and get things moving when they stall out. And everybody who knows me and has watched me GM knows that, you know, I know a lot of GMs do none of these, and shame on you. They don't keep the narrative flowing. They do not keep the action engaging, and they definitely do not keep things moving when they stall out. A lot of GMs, and that's fine for your game, but this game is about cinematic fantasy adventure. And in cinematic fantasy adventure, we do not have scenes where it just, you know, it drags on and drags on and drags on and drags on. We have a director, we have an editor, we have someone there who is keeping the game flowing, the action moving. Players' actions drive the story and story moves keep nudging them forward. So the players are driving the story. Your job is to keep that story moving. That doesn't mean the world is passive. You can describe anything happening that makes sense. However, from a story and gameplay perspective, it is much more satisfying when the players have fair warning about trouble. And this is that basic premise of show signs of an approaching threat. It's a soft move that is foretelling a hard move later on. And of course, a soft move ignored becomes a golden opportunity. They know actions have consequences, and suspense you've earned can come back to bite them. This feels fair. So outside of these giving them the initiative, it shows that things aren't arbitrary. The GM is also playing the game just by different rules. It shows that things aren't arbitrary. The GM is also playing the game just by different rules. And this is the key factor that I think a lot of people disagree with me on, which is I enjoy the fact that as a GM, I'm also playing the game. I want to be constrained. I don't want things to be arbitrary. They're going to be anyways by some nature because it's going to depend on my judgment calls, but I want rules and conditions, agendas and principles that guide my actions. And I don't want to have this free carte blanche. And this is why I'm against fudging and all these other things, because I don't think that my ideas are so good or so powerful that they should override, the emergent story that is happening at the table. Okay. Suspense moves, you use these with cinematic timing. The bridge. Resolve a problem the PCs face or use exposition to connect the dots. It suddenly makes sense. The Baron is a vampire. What does it look like as you enter the masquerade? Okay, that's fine. Give spark to each PC who give a brief vignette before upcoming actions. Narrate an info-rich scene elsewhere, cluing the players in. Oh, this is the cutaway. This is the what is it called? The GM, the villain scene from Fabula Ultima. Propose an interesting tangle to a PC. Take suspense only if they accept. Recap. Summarize the last session or events further in the past. So, suspense moves create cinematic moment inspired by TV shows, incentivizing you mechanically to take the time to structure your story cinematically. You earn suspense, so they reward you, the GM, for handling some of the tedium of GMing and reminding players to stay engaged. Suspense keeps the world active when things stall. When your supply of suspense runs dry, you can use these to jumpstart the action again. However, use them carefully. Overuse can get frustrating for players, so pick your spots. But timely use makes good cinematic sense. And I know what people are thinking. Why do I need to have suspense to do these? Why should I even have to do these? Well, number one, yes, a good GM probably is doing these things anyways, but not everybody is a good GM. Okay. And number two, it creates this expectation that the game is for you as well. And you have an objective as well, and you are playing your game just like the players are playing theirs. This isn't just about you serving them up fun times on a platter. This is about you getting to play a game as well, for you to be engaged. Believe it or not, there's a lot of GMs who really aren't engaged with the own game that they're playing. These GM rule sets really help you do things that would normally get you put on D&D horror stories for being unfair. And again, more information about this. And again, this concept of fairness, this concept of bridging that gap is a lot of what the things like with the fear from Daggerheart or the suspense here are trying to deal with. Is they say like, well, why do you just get to, and by the way, you know how you know that GMs know that this isn't fair? Because GMs are doing these things all the time. They're just lying about them. Right? They know that, that room didn't have an ogre in it, but they want to build up the suspense, and so they just say, of course there was an ogre in there. And so a lot of these things that GMs are doing, they're just doing behind the scenes, behind the GM screen. And now some people call that good GMing. Other people call it cheating. So this game is trying to make this, above the board, right? Yeah, River, I think this is also true. This structure demystifies the role of the GM by making it work in these concrete structures and instead of giving you blank permission to do anything in any situation ever. And then, of course, because you have complete authority and autonomy, if the game sucks, it's because you suck, right? And it puts this kind of crazy expectation onto players or onto GMs. So I agree. But whereas Isaiah disagrees with my take. All right. Impact moves only happen when you are prompted. And one of the options is, of course, you could take, and then, of course, or when you suspend suspense. So I guess it's not just when you're prompted, but you complicate things. You escalate a situation. You introduce a new problem, or you pressure a bond. The guard catches sight of you and rings the alarm bell. This is the type of thing that GMs do all the time by kind of cheating. And this game says, no, you can't just decide that the guard catches sight of the PCs and rings the alarm bell. You need to use this move only when prompted or when you spend a suspense. Oh, not my take. Okay. Sorry, Isaiah. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Well, by definition, when you codify cheating, it is no longer cheating. Right? For example, deny things a PC can always do or negate something they did. The Lich casts a quick protective spell, slowing your strike. How many people here or out in the Reddit land, right, have a Lich and the player comes in there and they one-shot it or whatever, or they kill it and the GM goes, oh, no, actually it had more hit points. They're doing that because they understand at some core they are not playing some action RPG. I mean, the game that they are playing is actually an action RPG. It's a, monster slayer dungeon crawler. They're like, no, that's not the game we're playing. We're playing a narrative game. And as a GM, that is not very narratively satisfying to me, and I'm sure my players would be very disappointed with it as well. So I'm going to fudge. I'm going to cheat because I want this thing to not happen. And the reason they lie about it is because if you told the players that that is what is happening, they would be very upset with you. And I think rightfully so. I think there are very few people who wouldn't be upset. This takes this idea and codifies it. And by codifying it, it means that we're all agreeing that the GM has not just the ability, they have the obligation to do this thing. Me, the very few. You are one in 1,000, maybe. I don't know, maybe not 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100. Oh, well, JG, I suppose I'm odd for not being upset at GMs changing things on the fly. Maybe it is a thing that has become more popular over time, but I, for one, and people of my gaming circle find it to be horribly anathema. Because while I can get behind a group of players sitting around and saying, hey, we just want to tell really cool stories. We don't really care about the rules. Then that's fine because we're all agreeing to that. On the other hand, if I'm a player and I think that the actions I'm taking are like meaningful, but the GM is just completely pulling the strings behind the screen and is just making things happen in a completely, deterministic way to how way they want to determine it, that is a problem. Now, if there are players who want to play a game where they roll dice, but they know that the GM cheats, and they're okay with that, that is a very unique use case. But again, at your table, and if it works for you, it works for you. So Lord High Summoner says, there are dozens of us. Whereas Beowulf says, the worst fudging is when you can tell that you killed the monster, but the GM is letting it linger a little longer, and then someone else gets the killing blow instead. XP to level 3 has that really funny skit where, his characters are completely owning, I think it's like a Rakshasa, and he cheats and it's dead, but he's like, no, it does this thing, and he does this other thing, and then the paladin hits it again and he goes, okay, he's dead. Because it's like, he needed to have that one moment. Yeah, very much a case of knowing your player base. Absolutely. I don't want to say it, but counter is better than the option that keeps coming up from Ryutama. Ryutama specifically says you have to do it before the roll. Yeah, no. I like the idea of negating something that they did, but I like the idea that you have to do it when prompted, or I like the idea that you have to spend suspense to do it. Here's another person. Now I board says, I expect the DM is going to fudge things or make them up just to facilitate a better experience for everyone. Oh, I mean, I respect your folks' opinions on that, but I do not know how you could possibly enjoy that. It really is mind-boggling to me. And again, I'm totally fine with, for example, let's say we're playing a game and my fighter character or whatever, he runs up the steps and he leaps into the air, and I attack the Lich, and like, I hit it or whatever, and the GM has some suspense, up there, and I roll a full clean hit. Maybe I have my mastery ability. It triggers a crit or something like that. And as a GM, I'm like, the Lich needs to do that really. I wanted to get the Lich to do the really cool, like summoning undead thing. And I wanted to have a really cool dramatic moment. And so as a player, if the GM just said, oh yeah, you totally crit him, but he's still alive. And I know that he's actually like negative 35 health. I just have a real problem with that. Where I don't have a problem with it is the players know, they see there's a little bowl in front that has 2 or 3 suspense tokens that have been built up in there. And I take one of them out, and I say, the Lich snarls as he turns towards you. And he says, not so fast. And his arm throws up into the air, and purple black energy seems to ripple around you. Your limbs grow weak, and you actually come to a stop midair, inches before your sword strikes the Lich, as he grins at you through his skeletal face. And he says, your powers are inconsequential to mine. And you drop to the ground in a quivering heap. That's really cool. That's really narrative. I totally just cheated, but I didn't, because I spent suspense that I earned because the players rolled badly earlier, and everybody's on board with that, and that's above board, So yeah. Yes, I think it's Beowulf. I actually think that this thing is worse than when the GM fudges for the monster. I think it's worse when the GM's like, you're totally dead. You're like, you have all your failed death saves or whatever. I don't know. You're like prone, unconscious, and the monster's like standing right there. And you're basically almost like taunting the GM. You're like, so he's going to attack me, right? I mean, obviously he's going to attack me. And the GM goes, yeah, okay, I guess he's going to attack you. And he rolls behind the screen. And he's like, oh, I can't believe it. Nat 1, who would have thought? Oh my God, it's so crazy. The trolley slips on a banana peel. I never want to play that game again, ever. All right, OED does not like the GM metacurse, or the GM making up stuff. So at least we have some of those. Jackal is part of the open roll gang. Beowulf does like GM metacurrency that you resist things. Fair enough. Yeah, there were 3, Lord High Summoner. There were 3. Yeah, throwing a chip down on the table, laughing easily as your Lich shrugs off the Paladin Smite attack. And the players know that suspense came from actions that they took earlier. Agile Monk, welcome. Well, right, but Isaiah, okay, I'm okay with it in the sense that I accept GMs do it, but I don't like it. Done skillfully, it can feel great. The problem is, if you ever glimpse behind the curtain, this is, and people always, oh, Derek, you're full of straw men. But no, I mean, I think it's valid. It's like saying, well, if my marriage to my wife would be better if she was sleeping with other guys because I can't satisfy her sexually, then that's fine because it'll make my marriage better. As long as I never learn about it, then that's probably for the best. I can't have this sort of like ostrich in the sand view of the world around me, Okay, I'm not married and I've never been married, so like it's totally a made up analogy. But like it's just this idea that like, that like like or like if you meet someone, you meet somebody and they say, oh yeah, I'm cheating on my spouse, and you're like, well, did you tell them? No, I can't tell them. It would break their heart. And you're supposed to be like, oh, you're so sweet. You're so nice for not telling, you're not telling your spouse that you're cheating on them because you don't want to hurt their feelings. Like, I think you've got the whole thing fucking backwards. That's the problem, So for me, that is the same thing as GM's fudging, where you're like, oh, I was doing it for you. I was doing it for your good. I was doing it for your sake. I lied to you and I gaslit you because I wanted to make you happy. That's what you're doing as a game master. You are gaslighting your players. In fact, worse is when the GM rolls and lies, and then the players go, You fudged that, didn't you? And then the GM gets all like self-defensive, like, you know I don't fudge. Why would you say that? The rolls are the rolls, you know? And meanwhile, the GM totally cheated. But they have to put up this, they have to make the player feel bad. They have to gaslight them. You have to lie to them and make them feel like they were being a paranoid fuck because they dared suspect that you were cheating, which you were. We call that gaslighting. And you were gaslighting your players. And you're doing it for their own good. Because it'll make things smoother and it'll make things better. So, yeah, like, you know, that's the equivalent. OE says, I love this game. I want to see Daggerheart next. We did cover Daggerheart, but it was a very early version of Daggerheart. And obviously it's been updated a number of times. So, yeah, I mean, I think Daggerheart, I think Draw Steel both have a lot of interesting things here as well. So, obviously people are very, but thank you, OED. I'd love to cover Daggerheart as well. But we did do a Daggerheart stream, but it was just a very early take. That's why I say again in parentheses, because I've covered Draw Steel, which was back then was called MCDM, the game or whatever, and then MCDM RPG, and we did do Daggerheart, but it was very early versions. So let's see. We got people flipping out here. What a fucking wild statement. Tundalist says, oh boy, here we go. Boothby says, what the hell are we doing here? Beowulf says, no, this take is good. Okay, Francois says, how would you do the Lich fight in Dungeon World? No chip in that system, but similar to this one. Francois, you are absolutely right. You don't have that ability in Dungeon World. Because you have to say what honesty demands. And if you allow hack and slash to trigger, you have the only way you could do that, Francois, in Dungeon World would when the player jumped and leaped into the air before you would say that doesn't trigger hack and slash, and here's why. And you would actually have to essentially interject before the move is made, because once the move is made and once the die is rolled, you are bound to say what honesty demands, and the player got their success, and that equates to hit point damage. So in that respect, this game gives you even more cinematic control than, say, Dungeon World does because of that ability, Francois. Although, to be fair, Francois, in this game, if the GM didn't have any suspense, now see, this is where I get into the game of the game master, right? The job of the game master as a game is your job as the game. If your game sucks because you didn't have any suspense and so the players got to steamroll the boss, it's because you did a bad job as a game master in building up your suspense. You should have been using suspense moves, right, to build up your suspense pool so that you as the GM could fulfill your duty and job as a GM, which is to provide a suspenseful and cinematic game. And so in that respect, it is your fault that you did fuck up. You should have been making more suspense moves. These play patterns mechanically force you to be a better GM. Lol, gross, says the self-confessed cynic. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I'd watch more first looks if there was more adultery. What would be the stronger cinematic system, this or 2D20? Lord High Summoner, I'm tempted to say this. Threat. Yeah, probably this, because you can literally use the suspense to make these impact moves, to counter, to force a choice, to hit them hard, right? Like, threat doesn't necessarily allow you to just like flat out like override the game. So let's read this, because I think this is really important. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things. Complicate things, force them to make a tough choice, hit them hard, lock it in. But I really want to focus on this counter. They have, these are different things. To counter, to make the world tenaciously formidable, showing that it won't just roll over. You can stop anything a PC does, including successful action rolls, talents they always have permission to use, and extra vigilance. If they use a talent that costs them resources, they generally don't have to expend that resource. It's your call, but can't quickly use it again. However, this can never be used to stop defense rolls Ooh, and criticals. Don't steal their thunder. Be careful. Players get frustrated if their victories and advantages are snatched away. So use it in interesting ways and make sure the spotlight works its way back to them after you take advantage of the moment. And I get the idea. There's many GMs out here who are doing this anyways. They're stopping anything a PC does, including successful rolls, including things that they always have permission to do. They're just doing it whenever they want. Again, I think that is cheating. I think that is lying. And I think that is gaslighting your players. And I think it is striking a clear delineation between us versus them. You know, now what I do like about this is even in this world of you being able to cheat, there are some things that even the GM cannot overcome. If a player rolls a critical, then they've earned it. I had big plans for that Lich, but you know what? I wanted to see that Lich go out in a dramatic way, not just some random fighter attack. But that wasn't a random fighter attack. It was a critical hit. And I think we can all agree that if the fighter leaps off of some flaming, bridge and flies down at the Lich Necromancer and rolls a critical hit and smashes that motherfucker to dust, everybody's going to be high-fiving around your table. And I'm not going to stop that with my bullshit. Okay? So challenges are sort of like our skill challenges, basically. They represent tasks, obstacles, but they could also be enemies, okay, and scenarios. Challenges allow you to track progress towards them, but also proactively oppose the PCs. Each challenge has 2 bonus suspense that can be spent on moves just related to it. Oh, this is a little bit more mechanical than I expected, but I kind of like it. Although it kind of lends itself more towards prep than sort of prepless. So, for example, traits, qualities that have strong narrative impact, inflicting thorns, denying permission, or changing the vantage. Moves, suggested impact moves they might make. These are examples, not limitation. Fail state, a trigger that signifies the challenge failed, like a competing timer pool or a specific event. It prompts, lock it in. So if you're trying to deal with navigating the channel through treacherous currents and shark-infested waters, the GM gets 2 bonus suspense that they can use to have grazing the reefs, violent winds, densing fog. And if they fail by the time that the storm blows in, then they have failed to navigate the channel. So the players have to reduce this 8-die challenge to 0 dice before the 6 dice storm blows in, fail state comes to trigger. It's a lot of dice rolling, though. I'm a little concerned about that. Now, Samuel makes a great point. Unless you spend an Ultima point to go to phase 2 of the Lich. Fuck yeah, Samuel. That's why Fabio Ultima is so good. Because you know what happens? The Lich Necromancer, right? It gets destroyed and it's shattered to dust. But that was just the tier 1 of the Lich. So he spends an Ultima point and it becomes a greater thing, and it becomes, you've killed Zemus, but I am Zeromus. I am the hatred. And then the Lich's spirit is unleashed, and he's like, for 1,000 years I have been trapped in this corporeal form, and now you have freed me. My spirit is free to destroy this universe. I am now a greater villain than ever. FU is so freaking awesome. Right. Yeah. I like that one of the examples references competing clocks. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think that's pretty I think that's pretty cool. Yes, the meta currency spends do something other than just forcing a reroll, which I like as well. Really simple. 6 dice, stop the ritual. 4 dice, ritual completed. I can imagine that being fun. I mean, this is one of those things that it would be more fun if you had like really good graphics on your VTT, but especially at a table, right? Like there's a pile of, red dice, right, which represent the party making their progress, and then there's the party of the black dice, which is the bad evil thing that's going to come to fruition, right? And you see these 2 dice pools kind of working their way down. I think that's pretty cool. So you start by building a tenacity pool, 4, 6, or 8. You add 1 to 2 traits. You add 2 to 3 punchy moves. You define the fail state. You don't need all of them, but that's some of them. Challenges, introduce challenges like whenever an impact move is prompted, when you foreshadow to give warning, when you complicate things, or when the PCs rush straight on into trouble of their own, aka a golden opportunity. Linked challenges, for the gamist people out here. By the way, if any of this stirs something in your heart, you enjoy the gameism of the game. Because here's a linked challenge of 3 separate linked challenges, each with their own tenacity pools, their own traits, their own moves, their own fail states. And this is to negotiate peace in the Civil War. Now, how interesting is these? That remains to be seen. Will this create, you know what we say, interesting versus fun? Part of the problem, historically, is that skill challenges can feel very boring because what it ends up coming out is you just spamming a bunch of action rolls, trying to reduce a pool from 8 to 6 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 to 0, and then you succeed. That's the fail state. That's the problem. But, here's a much more complicated conspiracy within the order. So we start with false prophecies, and that leads to altered scriptures, which is a dead end. But you could go to the high priest, but that's locked, and that leads to the missing relics. And then, of course, for all of our JRPG Fabula Ultima fans, here we have the Great Red Dragon. And yes, this is a phased boss fight. So, no, you're right. Skill challenges plus to do it. I mean, that's the idea behind why they're supposed to be entertaining, Beowulf, is because to do it. You're describing things, you're giving, descriptions within the narrative. But at the end of the day, they are all just making actions to reduce, right? They're making actions to reduce the tenacity pool. That's the flaw. What I'm hoping, Beowulf, by the way, independently, separately, I'm hoping that the very light amount of decision making that happens in Torchbearer, where in Torchbearer you have to make, everything uses conflicts, but when the PCs script their actions for the round, it's either an attack, a defend, a feint, and a maneuver. Now, this is the same whether you're negotiating a peace treaty or if you're fleeing from a rock monster, or if you're trying to capture a wyvern, or you're trying to kill a bunch of undead. What this does is this gives actual mechanical weight to those actions, and it's only 4 things. But as opposed to it just being like all the skills end up funneling into one flow point, which is reduce the skill challenges hit points, becomes a little bit more interesting because there's more nuance to it, because now there's one of 4 options that a player can take. They can attack the challenge. They can defend their own position in the challenge. They can maneuver for an advantage in the challenge, or they can feint and try to outsmart or outplay the other person, the opposition in the challenge. So anyways, are there other systems that resemble this? I mean, I'm sure there are. I don't know any. I don't know any off the top of my head. I like this Cobalt Minions die for the master ability. The tail, of course, protects the body. The claws protect the body, so you have to take out the claws and the tail before you can attack the body. The wings and the Cobalt Minions, those are optional, but they're going to continue to provide benefits and bonuses to that creature as it continues to fight. And of course, the fail state is that if you can't kill it in time, it'll fly away. I mean, I would have a fun time building these little building blocks, yes, Cephalodog, if this is all you need to run a Grimwild session, the Great Red Dragon Challenge, I could get behind it. Yeah, this is very clean. This is very, this could be a whole session, right? This could be a whole session. And this is your prep, and obviously it gives you a lot of leeway to come up with other ideas, but I think that's pretty good stuff. I would love to just see fucking 25 pages of these things. I'm not going to lie. This is a much better structure to me than the traditional 4E Pathfinder 2, victory point, skill challenge things, It does look a bit like Wild Sea. I have great news about the story kits chapter. It's just full of these. Excellent. They know what they're doing, River. That's great. Because you can tell, because I'm just like, oh, what I really want is just pages and pages of these. Fantastics. Sessions have, in fact, been run with just that particular dragon. That's awesome. That's fantastic. You have my interest, but now you have my attention. All right. Vigilance. PCs are assumed to always be vigilant against hidden elements around them, things like traps, ambushes, and secret doors. This assumption of competence avoids overcautiousness from players, which can waste game time as they look for things that don't exist or miss something because they didn't look. Extra action to notice danger isn't necessary. They're already doing their best. Bring hidden elements into a scene as is narratively appropriate as a way to change the scene dynamics. When you do, handle them in one of three ways: hint, reveal, or strike. Make a judgment call on what's most dramatically appropriate. Fitting, giving consideration, but not buying solely on a PC's vantages, right? That's your heritage, your background, and your upbringing and your profession. Against a prowling panther, it's most likely that a farmer gets a hint, a hunter gets a reveal, and a scholar takes a strike. You can always mix it up, though, and give the scholar the reveal, putting them out of their element. So basically, the idea is that, you set it up so it's a situation where you basically are kind of lobbing them a softball, right? Like, it's the classic soft move, right? So, the hint, the character, you say, okay, you notice that several of the stone tiles ahead seem to be made of a slightly different material. You wouldn't be surprised if they weren't stone at all. I might tell that to the rogue character who's looking ahead. Whereas, a reveal character, it's like they have a single chance to interrupt, right? So, they step on the pressure plate and you hear it click. What do you do? And you're giving them a chance for them to leap out of the way or roll forward. And then strike is if you feel like, you're just punishing them. Now, to be fair, strike says, assume they were not vigilant enough and unleash the results. This requires an impact move, and they still get to make a defense roll. Sometimes wits or presence to notice your avoidance. I do have a problem with this. This is exactly counter-purposed to this. Because if the GM can at any time decide that the thing just does the damage, they get to make a defense roll to try to avoid it. But then I'm going to be like, oh, well, then I need to be more cautious. And the GM's like, well, you can't be. You're already as cautious as you can be. It's kind of a weird dissonance there. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to, because it's cinematic, they want to keep the pacing. They want to avoid players going, I look over here, I look here, I look here. Can I make a perception check? 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 They're trying to avoid that gameplay pattern, or they're trying to avoid the old school. I look behind the chair. I look under the chair. I look above the chair. I look at the ceiling. I look at the desk. I look under the desk. I look at the door frame, the keyhole, the doorknob, the hinges of the door. I look between the slats of the door's frame. You're trying to avoid all that because the players are like, I don't want the GM to fuck me. But then the player opens the door and you go, oh, you get hit in the face with a trap. And they go, what are we doing here? So that is, I do kind of, I'm a little sus here. Again, this requires an impact move and they get a defense roll. So it's like, you're never just dealing the damage automatically. And they still get a roll to avoid it. So I guess maybe it's okay. But still. I could see this kind of creating lol, that detailed level exploration actually sounds fun. See, you should be playing old school game. Because that's what old school games are like. There is no search check and there is no perception check. You just have to look in the right spot to the GM to be like, and that's when you see the poison needle. Turns out it was hidden in the third hinge from the bottom of the door. And if you had said that you were looking at anything other than the third hinge from the bottom from the door, I would have said, looks completely safe and fine to you. Make a saving throw versus poison or you're dead. Oh, you failed. Well, you're dead. Make a new character. And I just described old school D&D for you. And by the way, interestingly enough, just kind of like a side note here, that's why they were called saving throws, because the idea was that was just the game being nice to you and giving you a chance. Like basically they're like, well, you actually didn't detect the trap and you should just be dead. I mean, that is really what actually happened, but we're going to give you a break and we're going to be fair. And we're going to be generous. And we're going to say, look, if you roll a 15 or higher on your D20, then some bullshit plot armor comes in and saves your character because I don't want your characters to just die. So ironically, we think of old school D&D as being like hyper lethal, but the existence of saving throws was actually like them feeling like we're giving you so much protection. We're giving you so much, like you just get to waltz away. Look at that. Your character clearly missed that trap by not looking at the third hinge from the bottom, and your character should totally be dead. And you know what? But now I'm going to give you this bullshit saving throw to try to save your character. So you tap everything with the old pole, and then you're like, okay, everything's good. I'm going to walk down the hallway. I'm like, yes, but you didn't tap the ceiling. What do you mean? I said I tap everything I could reach. The ceiling is 11 feet away, and you only have a 10-foot pole. Every noob out there buys a 10-foot pole. Only real pros, only real D&D players have 11-foot poles. Ask old man Robert. Robert, you got a pole on your sheet? I sure do. How long is your pole? My pole's 11 feet long. Mine goes to 11. Only noobs bring a 10-foot pole. Everybody knows about the old 10-foot pole trap. That's why I have an 11-foot pole to fuck over dungeon masters who are trying to fuck me over. All right. That's what you get, kid. Don't worry. It takes a couple of characters before you start finding out about the 11-foot poles. You know, that's what it means to be a pro-level gamer like me. You know, my uncle actually used to play up in Lake Geneva with a couple of Gary's friends. Yeah, I learned the ropes from some pros. Trust me, okay? Rumors say that at Gary's it got so extreme. Tunnel says I played in games where the 11-foot pole was relevant. I'm making this totally up, by the way. Bullshit. Yes, that's totally it.
Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like a comedy where, like, you know, I'm dressed up as some like old church lady, and it's like set in like the 1980s, and I'm just like, you know, like, Dungeons and Dragons is a game of Satan worshipers and devils. They are teaching kids about the occult, and then it like cuts to like a group of dorky kids sitting around in like the 80s, and they're like, okay, I get that my pole was 10 feet long, but like, what is the reach? Like, what is the reach of my arm, right? Like, I can reach my arm out like 2 or 3 feet. So that gives me an extra 2 or 3 feet. Then I should really have 13-foot reach. Okay, yes, I understand that, but you have to hold the pole with 2 hands. So you're choked up on it because, you know, you have to pull. No, I'm just holding the pole out there. Well, how are you going to hold? You know what the moment of inertia of a 10-foot pole is? I mean, I'm assuming this pole is pretty lightweight. Why? It was cheap. It's probably just some like gangly piece of oak. Well, what's the density of oak? Well, I don't know. This is before the internet. I'm gonna have to pull out my Encyclopedia Britannica, and we need to look up the density of oak, and then we'll look up the moment of inertia, and we'll calculate the effective moment arm of this thing. Yeah, I get that it says 2 pounds, but what about the moment of inertia, Derek? You haven't considered the moment of inertia. Okay. Try to do that sometimes. Try to do it. You know, then it cuts to like the old church lady being like witches and warlocks. And it cuts to like a bunch of nerds standing in their garage, like with like a branch, and they're like trying to hold it at their arm's length. And they're like, just like their arms keep dropping. And then it's like, see, you can't do it. Yeah. Cause my strength is probably like, 10, and my character strength is a 16. And then some completely other character goes, there's no way that you're strength 10, dude. You're like strength 7 at best. No, man, I'm totally like strength 10. Strength 10's average. I have average strength. I don't think you're stronger than me. And I don't have average strength. And then cuts back to the old lady. Like, so anyways, this is what Derek would create if he was creating comedy stuff. What's up, Wojo? Sorry, somebody was calling me from downstairs. Yes, it probably has the average, you know, what's the velocity of an unladen swallow? Okay, Thunderless says, I was once in a game where a player and the GM got into a fight about what would happen if you cast in a large person on a barbarian while they were swinging from the tail of a young red dragon. Well, there you go. This is why instincts exist in Luke Crane games. This is true. They do. I seriously left and never talked to the people again. I would watch the heck out of this. All right. So that is, yes. Ooh, duck in a dungeon. Nice. That's a deep munchkin cut. Deep Munchkin cut. I appreciate Duck in a Dungeon. So I think overall, I think we can all agree that we're all kind of gamist fucks, and something about this kind of excites us. We kind of like the idea of it. It seems like it's a kind of a really quick and easy, low prep way to create a series of linked different encounters without being railroady, but also having some stuff in your back pocket to be able to kind of pull out and to deal with the things that are going on. So I this framework, you know, the idea of it is not like extraordinarily new. And I think a lot of GMs who've prepped Blades in the Dark have done stuff similar to this before. But seeing it played out like this and knowing that this book is full of stuff like this, I do think it's good. Was kind of iffy about the whole vigilance thing because again, I think people might get upset. I do love me a good flow chart. Like for example, while I will always at my heart love real dungeons, right? Like, you know, 10-foot, you know, grid graph paper, hallways, little rooms, and 20, 30-foot hallway that ends in a door, and you'll go through the door, and then there's a room, and there's 3 passageways, and it goes to a T section, and you can go north, or you can go south. Modern Derek, older Derek of his 40s, has pretty much accepted at this point that most of my dungeons in the future are basically just going to be point crawls, which are essentially a flowchart. Just because I don't care about the actual exploration of each of those 10-foot squares anymore. So like the challenges. This is the stuff about combat. GM's tools to create antagonists and combat scenarios quickly. Tier is an opponent's threat. Role is a keyword to guide its behavior and vary its tactics. Battlegrounds make the environment proactive or obstacle-ridden. Mix these up for dynamic combats. So we have minions, standards, elites, solos. I'm sorry. I meant we have mooks, toughs, elites, and bosses. These are from 4th edition D&D, by the way. So here's the definition of your damage. 1 action roll can take out several mooks. Large groups can be assigned to an entire pool. A tough enemy is a typical dangerous enemy, and 1 action roll can take out a single one of them. Small groups can be a task pool. Elite, a strong presence, unlikely to be taken out by a single roll, often a 4 dice or 6 dice challenge, and often leads a group of lesser enemies. And the boss commands a scene, is a 6 dice or 8 dice or even a fully linked challenge, extremely powerful. And then we'll mix them. Are they a blaster, a brute, a lurker, a marksman, an overseer, a marauder, a predator, a protector, a skirmisher, a swarmer, a tactician, and a trickster? And again, these don't seem to have mechanical components. Instead, it is merely a part of the theme to guide what they should be doing. The battleground, on the other hand, marks an environment with features and threats. So the lair of the magma serpent features lava pools and unstable ground and threatens 4 dice lava eruptions. There are 5 fire elementals, tough blasters, and an 8 dice magma serpent, which is the boss predator. Or we could try to fight off the pirates, which features stormy waters and cramped decks. The threats include 4 die waves crashing and hazards that prevent extra damage either have as a timer or 2 suspense. Okay, so the Kraken tentacles have a strong presence, proactive presence in the scene. With 4 dice deck hands, 4 dice archers, 3 swashbucklers, and a pirate captain. All right. Running combats. Modern Derek sucks. You just said you like flowcharts. You really want to go through all those 10-foot squares? Now, listen, if I was retired and I had all the time in the world and I had players who wanted to sit there for 4 or 5 or 6 hours and dungeon crawl, okay, I'm down. But, you know, I'm lucky if I can get a 3-hour session twice a month. So, getting through 1 or 2 dungeon rooms ain't it. Are you retired? I know you, well, you don't have kids, so at least there's that. But you said you're so down. All right, so for running combats, Theater of the Mind, no turn order, make rulings, fill in the gaps. Factions, basically just, this is what we, yes, everyone will come to Night Cruise, not to be confused with Night Con, and we'll be like, oh, you went on a 5-day cruise. Like, what'd you do? You're like, we went through 7 rooms in 1 dungeon, and then we all died. So this is just a way to, these are like fronts, but done with random dice pools instead. And it looks like whenever like sometimes they mentioned this earlier before, like when the players take downtime or whatever, you can track that, you can just roll the faction pool. I actually kind of like that. This idea that it just makes it very procedural, and you're like, okay, the village is trying to build a wall. Okay, some time passed, the players took a downtime. All right, I'm gonna roll 4 dice out of the Ask Baron for help. Okay, it's down to 2, and they're gonna keep trying to build a wall. I'm gonna roll 8 dice. Oh, they got 3 of them out. It's down to 5, and then you just kind of keep tracking that as time goes on. I actually really like that. I like the uncertainty of it, because sometimes, when it's like off screen, and I'm like, I don't know which faction's clocks to tick, and sometimes it's just nice to disclaim decision making and just roll it. Look at this bad boy, motherfucker. Here's a huge thing. The Pemtown Powder Keg. Keep 4 to 6. When a faction pool depletes, the goal is either accomplished or they make their move against another faction, with a story roll in their favor determining how it plays out. Keep 4 to 6 active factions, balancing major and minor ones with competing goals. Replace factions that are no longer relevant to the story. I kind of like this. Jack Pribble says the pool size seems fuzzy in how it will work out in play, but maybe that is by design. All right, Jack, let's look at this. Okay. Imagine 3 scenarios, a pool of 4d6, 6d6, and 8d6. Whenever what's it called? A trigger occurs, you roll all the dice in the pool. Any result of 1, 2, or 3 is removed from the pool. The rest remain. How long on average? How many triggers on average is required to deplete each of the 3 pools to 0 dice remaining? All right, let's see what good old ChatGPT figures out for me. It's we didn't need to do 100,000, but it's doing 100,000. All right, here we go. All right. Right click, transform, fit to screen. All right. So 46 will deplete in about 3.5 triggers, 66 in about 4 triggers, and 8d6 in about 4.5 triggers. So they're not actually that different as you might think. So that's a lot. It's actually not that bad. There you go. So roughly, I'm going to say it's equivalent to like a 3 clock, a 4 clock, and a 5 clock, roughly. Right, because it makes sense, right? Like you roll the 4 dice, half of them roughly are going to be below average, so you're going to lose 2, so you're down to 2. Then you roll it again, and again there's 2 dice, half of them are going to be 1, 2, or 3, so you're going to be down to 1 die, and then it's like 0.5. So, it's like 2.5 to 3 or something like that, right? Because you can't have half a roll. Anyways, so lots of cool stuff here. Here's some advice, on how to run a game. Here's an example of play and whatever. All right, so it's going on 10 o'clock. So we're just going to look at we're just going to look at one class. Just scream out in chat what class we should look at. Bard, Berserker, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock. If I see something get like 2 or 3 people that say the same thing, we'll just look at that one. You can't pick 3 things, River. All right, somehow we got a bunch of Paladins. We got Berserker. We got a couple Rangers. We got 2 Wizards. All right, fine. All right, River's back to Warlock. Okay. Kind of tied for a couple. I think we're tied for Warlock. I think we're tied for Berserker. I think we're tied for Paladin. That's 3 Warlock. Oh, Tundless comes in with a Monk. Wizard. Oh, that's a couple for Berserker. Berserker, I think, is in the lead. It's our first for Bard. All of them is cool. All right. All right. Oh, it's 2 for Bard. All right. All right, we're going to go. Let's just go with the Berserker. Okay, Berserker does have the most people, so. All right, there's a 4th Berserker. Okay, here we go. So when you make a character, you pick a background. You pick 2 backgrounds. You pick your heritage, where you're from, which is cool. Very cool. And they've got like a heritage crucible, so you can just kind of randomly roll and interpret. Remember, because all your heritage judges give you vantage, right? Is give you like the idea of like, what is my character capable of, you know? It's cool. You can reskin your talents, yada, 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 yada. Okay. There's our Bard. The Path of the Berserker. Also Juggernaut. Also Reaver. Also Warbringer. That reminds me of Fabulous Ultima's language. You don't just fight. You crush everything in your path. All right, so we start with the core talent. Frenzy. Once per session, or when you get bloodied, or take Vex. Are those exclusive ors? You can enter a frenzy for a scene. During the frenzy, you can only take aggressive actions. You also take +1 die for each mark that you have and ignore all thorns from harm and marks. Okay, so remember, marks are... We can actually go to the Berserker here. Marks are when we have these little... when we have our ability scores checked. I don't know if bloodied and rattled count as marks. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. So basically, our frenzy is more powerful the more we're beat up. Because while we're in it, not only do we get bonus dice, we actually ignore anything that is harming us or marking us. However, so it turns weakness into strength. So what that means is if we do not have any harm and we have no marks, then when we frenzy, it will do nothing. So already this is more compelling than most D20 rages because it encourages our character to get beat up, and then we're going to frenzy when we get beat up. It also notes, by the way, we can do it once per session at our choice, but whenever our character marks the bloodied condition, we can also enter it. Or if we vex, we can also enter the frenzy. But we get all these bonus dice and we ignore our penalties. Awesome. But we inflict collateral damage every time we make an action roll, regardless of the outcome. And we have to choose something. We send someone flying. We smash into mooks. We throw insults. We wreck something. Kind of love it. You always get a final action if you're dropped. And if you crit on that action, you ignore getting dropped. So you get to death blow. Right? So even if you get taken out, you always get to take one swing left before you get taken out. And if you crit on that, you don't even go down. You took them out before they took you out. You can only exit a frenzy when no challenger stands before you, if you get dropped, or you push yourself, which means taking a mark, to calm down. Growth. Every time you gain 3 levels, you get another free activation of this per session. So this is really good. This is really good for a lot of reasons. Number one, it's like D&D in that there's a strategic element of it, of how many rages you get. It's not just you can rage every fight. And that is very boring. Okay, that's Pathfinder 2. That's very boring. But D&D also has this problem where your character raging feels like this like completely super strategic choice. Whereas for this, you get your free use that you can use once per session, but you can also enter it when you become bloodied or take vex. Now it says you can enter a frenzy for a scene. I think I would kind of prefer it if you had to enter frenzy when your character gets bloodied. I think that would be a little bit cooler. But what this means is that it's not just tied to this abstract resource. It gives you, but here's the thing. If it only happened when you got bloodied or take vex, it would feel out of your control. I like D&D 5e, 3es, you get X rages per day because it gives you some control over the situation. But what I don't like is it's frenzy. It should feel like it's kind of mostly out of your control. So I like that. I like that it doesn't work if you're not hurt or if you're not messed up. Your character has to be pissed off, have it be rattled, pissed off, grumpy, aching, hurting, whatever, have a sprained ankle, because they need to draw on that pain to be able to have the maximum frenzy. It also creates a gameplay pattern where your character is going to be able to be like, yeah, I want to get hurt. I want to get messed up. This is fun because not only this doesn't necessarily have to be good or bad. It's just so flavorful. So like when your player makes an action roll during their frenzy, and all they're really doing mechanically is they're attacking some guy, and you're like, okay, cool. Well, you kill him because you succeeded in an action roll, but then you describe how the character gets hit and his body goes flying across the battlefield and smashes into a table and just shatters the table. Now, the table's now broken. There are crumpled bodies on the other side of the table. Is that good or bad? No, but it's just, it makes your character feel like, in so many games, what does rage feel like? I don't know, +2 damage, +4 damage. It doesn't feel like anything. Having this somewhat uncontrollable effect, I think, adds a lot. Your character, maybe you're not exactly being stealthy, but you're also not trying to be obvious either. Your character smashes somebody down, and you go, yeah, I step over them and I go, this is what you get. I yell it at the top of my lungs, and then you're like, you bring back your arm and you scream to the whole castle, you're like, come and face my might, right? Throw insults. Well, some collateral damage, that's cool. It makes a frenzy feel more than just a damage bonus, which is what rage is and has been for just like the last 3 or 4 editions of the game. And it's just been really fucking boring. So already something like this just makes me so much more excited. And the rage doesn't feel like some just like tactical choice to get bonus to damage and that has no real drawback. It's like, no, we kind of lose control of things, and our character can't, exit the frenzy without a cost. And there's going to be collateral damage on every roll that we make. So that's pretty cool. All right. Frenzy source, optional. You don't have to pick this, but if you want to, where does your wild power and your ability to withstand pain come from? Choose 2 and smash them together to form the source and one that you have a disdain for. So, you can make it ritualistic, you can make it alchemical, you can make it spiritual, primal, you could make it visions of her, of a horrible upbringing, a blood pact with a force, all sorts of stuff. Scars, optional. Choose 3 scars, showing off more of your damage, but again, optional. And then as we get levels or whatever, we can get these talents. So Berserker talents, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And remember the way that the XP chart works, right? Each session, we take +1 experience point. Whenever we make progress on a group or a story arc, we also get to take an experience point. But our next level happens after the first 2 experience points, so we could potentially get that the very first session. But then it takes 3, and then it takes 4, and then it takes 5, and then it takes 6, and then it takes 7. And if your GM you could be playing where you have to fill in the box twice. Arcs don't give XP. I thought I read that arcs gave XP. Arcs give, I thought that they did. I know they give spark. Is that not a term? Okay, well, there's a lot of EXs in here. Finally, establish group and character story arcs, which you play towards to drive the story and gain experience to gain new talents. So it definitely seems like that. I thought I read something about like whenever the arc, I don't remember where the arc stuff was, but I thought I remember reading that like when you do something with the arc, interesting. I don't know why that said that. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to the Berserker. Link to challenges, factions. Concept of our heroes. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Berserker talents. Fearsome. Your presence instills fear in others. The GM judges an NPC's response, or you can spend story to set it. Hostile, nervous, respectful, scared. You can push yourself to pull off a potent feat of intimidation, like staring down a dragon or demanding to see the kid. So, basically, whenever you encounter people, when you take this talent, the GM will judge their response. It will either be hostile, nervous, respectful, or scared. That is like a given. You took this. This is always true, unless the GM, I suppose, spends like a hard beat. But they're going to be hostile, nervous, respectful, or scared. Or you could spend one of your story meta currency points and you get to pick which of the four it is. But the GM, when they choose, they have to pick between these four: hostile, nervous, respectful, or scared. And if you push yourself, which you get by marking one of your damage boxes or whatever, mark boxes, you can get a potent feat of intimidation, which lets you, remember, potent basically lets you do something that is otherwise, the GM would normally say, this is impossible. And, you're like, yeah, I'm going to intimidate the dragon. And the GM says, there's no way that you could do that. And you said, okay, I am fearsome. I'm going to push myself. I'm going to pull off a potent feat of intimidation. Like, I'm going to stare down the dragon. And you're like, all right, make your roll. Because remember, when you make a potent roll, you ignore the thorns. And the idea is that if you have 3 thorns, basically the rule is it's impossible. You can't do it. So this, because it ignores the thorns, it lets you do that. Okay. So flesh wounds. When you take physical damage, only a disaster can drop you. Disaster is when you cut a Grim. You can get bloodied multiple times, taking an additional thorn for each and increasing your heal pool by an additional 4 dice. If you can ignore thorns from being bloodied, you only ignore the first. So basically, when you would go down, you don't go down, you just take another thorn and then another thorn and another thorn. And eventually they just build up until eventually you'll roll a Grim and the cut will downgrade, and you'll roll so many cuts, you could even roll like a not a Grim, but you roll so many cuts, it downgrades it all the way to disaster. And only then are you taken out. What this theoretically means is that your character could, through a good roll of dice, remember, a cut only cuts on it's D8, and it only cuts on a 7 or an 8. If you roll high enough and you roll a bunch of cuts or a bunch of D8s, you might not roll any 7 days. What this means is that in theory, you might never go down. I mean, it definitely makes it so that it's this it could be this Herculean task to bring you down. All right, into the fray. When you're the first into an intense situation, not a combat, an intense situation, your 5s count as 6s. So remember, 6 means perfect success, no problem. So instead of having a 1 in 6 chance, you now have a 2 in 6 or a 1 in 3 chance. Oh, Wojo, buddy.
Wojo tipped $70. I want Dagger Heart, but I'd rather wait for the full rules. This if for draw steal. It has been looking similar to 4E and I'm through it. Here to checking out the mostly finalized rules.
Excellent. Well, Wojo, you got it, buddy. Thank you so much for that tip. I wasn't sure if people were interested in that. Love to see that at least a couple people are. Wojo, that is awesome. Thank you so much for that. And we'll take a look at that and kind of move that over to that. So even though it was for a tip, we'll move it over to Draw Steel. I think that'll be very exciting. Again, I'm a patron of Matt Colville, so I actually technically have been getting those rules. But so if you want Daggerheart, but you'd rather wait for the full rules, so we'll do this for Draw Steel. So I'm again, it's been a long time since I looked at it. We ran the early demo packet of it. I might make time to be there if we're doing a Daggerheart lurk. Well, what Wojo is, or a Draw Steel lurk. Okay, Vin, I'll keep that in mind, because the last time we did it with Bob and Smith, and obviously, Smith's been pretty busy and has been sort of out of the channel for a while. But it's actually his birthday this week. I think his birthday is the 10th of January. So I think Smith's birthday is Friday. But thank you, Wojo. So we'll keep Daggerheart in mind, but you'd rather wait for the full rules. This is for Draw Steel. All right, we'll check it out. And it sounds like from what Wojo's telling us is the rules are mostly finalized. So again, thank you, Wojo. Undeniable hype boss leader up there in the top, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Wojo. That's awesome. And look, you buy a stream. It's one of the perks. You donate to the channel. I will show my appreciation for that by giving you a stream. Thank you, Wojo. So when you go in, you count your 5s and 6s, but your 4s count as 1 on your first roll. So basically, if you jump in without looking, you have a greater chance of succeeding without consequence, but you also have a greater chance of failing. And because there's no chance of a mixed success. You're either going to roll full success or you're going to roll disaster, or not disaster, a grim. Because 1, 2, 3, 4 will count as a 1, and 5s and 6s will count as 6s. But remember, 5s count as 6s, and you need 2 6s to crit. So it also increases your chances of critical hitting by a significant margin. Remember, you take the highest die that you roll. So now all you need is a single 5 or a single 6 to get a full success. Or you could get a 5-6 or a 5-5 or a 5-6 or 6-5 or a 6-6, and that's a critical hit. You also set up the first person following you regardless of the roll's income. Basically, you kick in the door, you leap in there, or you jump in there into the party. You go in Kevin Bacon style. I thought this was a party. Let's dance. Right? Like that's you into the fray. You are Ren in this scenario. It's a deep cut for Footloose for anybody who's a fan of the film. And then the next person who comes in gets set up, and that means they get a bonus die, and it's for free. All right, Joyful Warrior. On a critical or when bloodied in battle, you take Spark and can heal an ally's rattle pool, bring a dropped but not dead ally back into the scene. So when you crit or when you take a bunch of damage, you get a little bit of narrative currency, and you can actually heal an ally or bring somebody back because you're just so into the fight. I love it. Again, it rewards you for doing the things that you want to do anyways. You want to get crit, but also you're like, yeah, fuck yeah, I want to take damage. I want to be bloodied. Well, why would you want to be bloodied? Think about it this way. Joyful Warrior. You get bloodied. You're like, oh shit, bring your ally back with a huge war scream. Like when the Hulk yells at Tony Stark at the end of the Avengers movie and that like wakes him up. Oh, did I mention I just got bloodied? Guess what triggers? You guessed it. For frenzy. For free. And I go full frenzy mode and I just start smashing everybody and it's awesome. It's like, what just happened? I eliminated all of my bad stuff. I brought an ally back from the dead or from being dropped out, knocked unconscious, and I ignored all my penalties and I gave myself a huge amount of bonuses. Let's fucking go. I'm in for it. That's cool. Mighty. When given enough time, you can pull off potent feats of raw strength, like uprooting a tree or breaking through a castle gate. Now, this game did say it was fantasy, and this is fantasy. So remember, potent means, if a normal person came up and said, yeah, I'm going to punch through the gate to this castle. And the GM says, yeah, that's, 3 thorns. It's impossible. And the person goes, all right, I've got time. Let's punch through it. I'm just going to start wailing into it. And with each thing, like, yeah, maybe my bones, maybe my bones crack a little bit. My knuckles are bleeding. Bone might even be showing through a little bit. But each time the wood starts to bend and break, and I have enough time, I can do a potent feat of strength, like breaking through a castle gate. Oh, do we need to do it right now? Cool. All I have to do is push myself, and I do it on the spot. But pushing myself isn't that bad, because when I push myself, aren't I going to mark one of my boxes? Yeah. You are going to mark one of your boxes, which is just going to set you up for a more powerful frenzy in the inevitable conflict that is coming after you punch your way through the gates. So this is what I meant when I talk about mechanical role playing. that you're playing into a role, but it's also setting up a game system. So this is starting to become more gamist, Beowulf, for sure. Because this lets you kind of, combo into stuff. Because you're like, yeah, I do. You might even say, we have time, but I want to push myself because I want the mark. Because when I frenzy, I wanted to do more bonus dice. And I do more bonus dice when I frenzy. All right. Overkill. On a critical hit, or on a critical, when bringing violence, threats, or destruction to bear, you can cause an extra secondary effect or roll a task pool twice.
$25.
Tip coming in.
More classes.
More class. All right, you want to do another class? All right. Who was that? Was that Thaddeus? Was that you, Thaddeus? Oh, it's not you? All right, I don't know who that was. All right, we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. But thank you, Anonymous, for your $25. We will do another class. We'll put up a poll. So basically, when you critical hit, you can either do a secondary effect or you can, but remember, it's violence, threats, or destruction. It doesn't have to just be combat, right? Your character could be in a social conflict where you're threatening things, or you could be tearing apart that aforementioned gate, and you get to actually roll that task pool twice. Remember, the task pool is the amount of dice that you get that when you roll the 1s, 2s, and 3s, they take the dice out. You get to roll it twice. All right. All right. Thaddeus with $40.
Thaddeus tipped $40. This is me.
All right, give me the Wizard of Bard. All right, Thaddeus. We will do the Wizard, and then we will do a poll to see what else we do. So we're going to do 2 more classes. Thaddeus, thank you so much for that tip. And Anonymous, whoever you were, thank you so much for your tip as well. That is very generous of you, and I appreciate it. So I like this. War songs. Each session, you can sing 2 bard songs. Page XX. I guess we don't have those yet. Or maybe it's just, it's probably not. It's probably just they don't want to code it yet. Write down the composition of the only 3 songs you know. So I don't know what a bard song is, but apparently, by the way, you can't take, because remember, you can actually take these from your other classes too, as well. All right, so first we're going to do Thaddeus, and he said wizard or Thaddeus said wizard or bard, and I'm going to do wizard because no one said wizard. Well, a couple of people said wizard, but I love wizards. It's my favorite class in the game, so I'm going to take a look at the wizard. So, by the way, that is it. Now, again, people who know I don't know what the restrictions are, but obviously only the Berserker gets the frenzy. No other character, except for one who takes the path of the Berserker, is going to get the frenzy ability. However, my understanding is that you can take talents from the other paths. I don't know what the restriction is on that. This is very similar to Blades in the Dark, where you can take the veteran ability and take abilities off of other playbooks. And you can see here that, for example, the Bard is prohibited from taking the war songs because they already get their bard songs. So in theory, your cleric could take the mighty, right? Like feat or mighty talent. So this gives you a lot of ability structure. So now somebody else said, I think Vin said, so how many levels are there? I think there is just so that's level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, it looks like it's 7. That's it, 7 levels. So it's not even 10 levels, Vin. It's 7. All right, let's go down to the wizard. My favorite. Now for starters, let me go back to the Berserker before we actually go to the wizard. So this is our Berserker. I'm going to do a poll. Let me pull up. All right. Compared to standard D20 fantasy barbarian, PF2, D&D, etc. How does this compare? So we're going to say way better, somewhat better, about the same, worse. All right. So so the Berserker. Now, Gran, remember, this is a different game with a different set of qualifications. But the question is, obviously the mechanics are different. But, how do these talents make you feel, right? Would these be, think about some of the things that you might take in a D20 game, a feat for a barbarian, or one of the class paths or subclasses for D&D 5e barbarian. If you're a 3e barbarian, you get nothing. Your strength and con go up. How does this make you feel? But be, you know, I think it's easy to be like, oh, these are so cool. Well, like, but really think about it. Would these make you feel? And for me, does this let you live that class fantasy more or less? Vin says, look, I already knew the game wasn't for me, but 7 levels? Look, man, that's the way things go. To be fair, I mean, as far as like a Blade in the Dark style game goes, that actually seems like a lot of progression. And they even mentioned that you could even do where you basically each experience point is half of an advancement. So if we look at it from that perspective, right, then suddenly the XP grind is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So if we get 1 XP per session, okay, that's 27 sessions to fill out all the levels. And if you were to do half XP, that would be 54 sessions. Now, sure, there might be, I think if you had a banger ass baller session, you get an extra XP. So, you know, if you're giving half XP, maybe it's a 40 plus session game. I don't know. It seems like a lot to me. 40 sessions to gain 7 levels. And Beowulf's right. There's no reason why you couldn't keep the step pyramid going, I suppose. I mean, the game fundamentally might start to fall apart. All right, so our polls are in. 4% said worse. 3% said worse. 7% said a little better. 11% said about the same. And 76% said much better. All right, let's go down to the wizard. Then we'll do a poll for our last one. Okay, so wizard's the spellcaster. Here we go. Path of the Wizard. GG, it is about vibes. I agree. And I think a lot of classes, in my opinion, are about vibes. All right, here we go. Path of the Wizard, also diviner, summoner, witch. You wield arcane power through precise knowledge, casting spells from an ever-expanding repertoire, your studies endless. Your core talent, unique to the wizard, is spellcraft. You have spellcasting ability. You roll wits to cast, and the spell theorem you are casting serves as its touchstone. You know 4 spell theorems inscribed in your spellbook, created using the spell crucible below. Each session, you can cast 4 spells, those are the normal spells, and 2 potent spells. So it's tied to session, which I like. You can choose which spell theorem to use when you cast. You can learn new spell theorems from studying and experimenting with scrolls, which you might find as treasure or obtain from other wizards. This consumes the scroll. Growth. Every 2 levels, increase the castings of spells and potent spells per session by 1. So you'd go from 4-2 to 5-3, and you create 1 new spell theorem with the spell crucible. Check out the opposite page after reading the crucible for a sidebar of spells being made. So we roll for style, we roll for essence and form. Then we choose 2 and we assign it a school. So as an example, I got my D66 right here. If I were to do this, I would roll style. So I got a 1-3. So that's shimmering, essence, oil, because I rolled 1-1, and 6-3. Dance. So I would choose 2. So I have shimmering oil, or I have shimmering dance, or I have oil dance. I'm going to go shimmering dance. And then from the magic school, I'm obviously going to choose illusion. Generates false images and sensory deceptions. So I don't exactly know what that means, but shimmering dance, maybe I can create, moving illusions and or sort of entrancing or beguiling lights, kind of like think of like a mesmerize spell or a fascinate spell. So we start with 4 of these, and we can also get more of them diegetically through scrolls, but we also get them every 2 levels, and we start with 4 of these. So creating spell theorems. Here we go. Roll for style, material, form, then choose 2 of them to form a phrase. Next, assign it a school of magic. So they roll terrible spirit gate. Spirit gate sounds fun. You can assign it to divination, to speak to the dead, or perhaps conjuration, to summon spirit warriors. Roll flaming thorn aura. Thorn aura sounds fun. You can assign it to evocation and create a stabby shield, or enchantment to make someone a pariah. So there you go. So we would end up with 4 of these. And again, these are the touchstones. So shimmering dance as part of the illusion school, we're not going to be using it to kill people, but we might use it to, mislead people and lead people astray, to create blinding or lights, or like I said, mesmerization or fascination effects, or maybe even simple visual illusions that could distract people or beguile people. I think that's kind of cool. I'm going to do another one. That was fun. All right, here we go. Ooh, 64. Swift. 54. Swift Mist. Servant. Ooh, I like Mist Servant. That's pretty cool. Oh, I got to pick a school. So like Conjuration. That'd be kind of cool. Mist Servant. Or maybe it's like necromancy and am summoning like a spiritual like mist or something like that. Ooh, or transmutation. Maybe I can like turn people into mist or something. That'd be kind of cool. I don't really see it being any of the other ones, but all right, I got to do one more. I got to do one more. Thaddeus tipped $40. I got to give him his money worth. That's why I'm rolling all these. Okay, here we go. 22. So that's slow. 41. Doom. Okay. Slow Doom. And Shield. Ooh. Slow Shield doesn't really make that much sense, but Doom Shield sounds pretty cool. Doom Shield could be necromancy. Yeah. Or could be conjuration, maybe, like I actually summon like a Doom Shield. Could be abjuration, obviously, of course. Maybe even evocation, but the fact that it's like Doom Shield makes me kind of like necromancy a little bit. I don't know. Anyways. All right. That's pretty cool. All right. Well, technically my character would have 4 of these, so I'm going to do one more. Sorry. This is the most fun I've had playing a wizard in like a long time. Okay. 55. Venomous. Worm. 66. And 26. Embers. Venomous worm embers. Well, venomous worm probably makes the most sense, but maybe we could worm embers, venomous embers. Ooh. Now I'm kind of adding all 3 of them, like venomous embers. Like I'm imagining like ember worms. Yeah, I guess I could like summon like magma like graboids, up from the ground or something like that. But I'm like trying to think of like venomous embers, like a fire that like spreads within somebody. Yeah, like a venom fire. Yes, exactly. Like a flame, like a poisonous flame that like goes through their like skin and their flesh. Like that'd be pretty sick. All right, I could work with this. Now remember, we get 4 spells, which are like the regular spells, right? And then we get 2 potent spells, which are like the big spells. But remember, we also get all of our cantrips, right? So that just means that we can use these touchstones to do flavorful things, right? That basically are free. So, I'm assuming like for example, we have shimmering dance. So like I'm imagining that like if I wanted to like, if someone's like, well, what does she look like? And I like hold up my hand because I know who she looks like. And like I hold up my hand and I make like a little kind of like holographic image of the person appear in my hand, kind of like spinning around like some sort of hologram, totally. Are potent spells just a type of casting for greater effect? Yeah, Thaddeus. So we talked about this earlier. Basically, a regular spell can take out a group of minions or take out a single normal monster with one roll. A potent spell could potentially take out a whole SWAT, like the entire, like many minions, and even multiple regular monsters. So a potent spell is like a big deal. And then rituals are, a whole function above that. And I'm assuming that magic works differently for each of the classes that can cast spells. So I'm down for that. All right. Wizard talent. And I love the idea that, you get more of these as you go up, but you could also learn them from other wizards and find it as scrolls and treasures. So the diegetic nature of that is really fun. All right, what talents do we get? Alchemist. Each session, you gain a 4 dice resource pool. Remember, these are where the specific talent has its new settings. So that means we would take 4 dice and we would set it aside as a pool, right? And you can have a minor potion and roll the pool, or drop 1 and roll for a major potion. You know recipes for your spell theorems, plus 2 more rolled on the spell crucible. Learn new recipes by sacrificing potions. I'm not going to lie, I don't understand this. Maybe it's because like minor potions are like in the treasure section or something. You know recipes for your spell theorems, plus 2 more rolled on the spell crucible. Learn new recipes by sacrificing potions. Potions are arcana. They are magical items. Okay, so basically we're kind of like a Pathfinder 2 alchemist where each session we get a limited number of ability to make basically free potions. Okay, I'm down. Arcane specialty. Choose your specialty school and add it to each spell theorem. If it's already there, add a second. When casting, choose the school to use. On a critical with your school, take spark. So if we choose divination, we add divination to all of our spells. And we have to make that make sense, and I kind of love it. I don't know how that works, but I kind of love it. Because again, what it does is the challenge here is for me to be creative and for me to make it, don't be a weasel, but make it make sense and have fun with it. Arcanist. Take +1 die when rolling an arcana, that's the magic items pool, and ignore the first die that would be dropped. You also gain 3 minor arcana and 1 major arcana that you've either created or found. So you start with magical items, and it sounds like you can use magical items better. Colleagues. In every city, some towns, and the occasional dungeon, you can find a powerful, eccentric, wizardly colleague who owes you a favor. Or maybe you owe them one. If you go out of your way to meet up and catch up, take a spark. Familiar, of course. You manifest a small magical creature, an extension of yourself. You can communicate telepathically and send it on simple tasks. Make a story roll to see how it goes. By entering a trance, you can use its senses. You can also push yourself to cast a spell through it. If it takes damage, it vanishes and reappears at the start of next session. Look at that. 17 different abilities from familiars bottled up in one ability that just works without any sort of mechanical complexity more than 2 sentences worth of text. I approve. It does everything that you want your familiar to do. Mastered theorems. Choose one of your spell theorems. You take +1 die when casting it and gain 1 extra potent spell casting of it per session. Your name becomes linked to it, and it begins to spread in popularity throughout wizardry. Track its spread with campaign pools. That's kind of cool. Like you're so known for your ember worms that like it becomes like this this like campaign faction. Prepared spell. You gain 1 story point per session. Yes, Derek's Ember Worms. Derek's Doom Worms. I got Ember Worms, you guys. Yeah, it's when the diarrhea comes out like an ember worm. You gain 1 story point per session, and can spend story to flashback to casting a spell with specific triggers. If you need to roll a montage to get access to a place, the GM always takes suspense in place of an impact move. Roll for that spell's effectiveness now. So basically, this gives you access to Blades in the Dark flashback and mechanics, but but you can only do it. No, you get 1 story automatically, but you can now spend story to flashback, but only casting spells with specific triggers. So basically, you get the ability to be like, I was ready for that, and I have prepared that spell. And you get to do it in a cool way using flashback mechanics. But instead of having a generic universal flashback mechanic, the wizard specifically gets this ability because they're the prepared caster. So this actually lets you be a prepared caster by, ignoring the strategic element of the game of actually being a prepared caster, but instead getting to do it very cool in narrative. Raver says a few other classes get a kind of flashback talent like the rogue and the ranger. I love this. This is kind of everything that I want. I was unbelievably, awesomely surprised by the spell crucible. Again, I think I would like a little bit more mechanics with the potent spell, but maybe not. Maybe I don't need it, and maybe I would enjoy having the kind of freedom while also being creatively restrained to this idea of, you know, the shimmering dance illusion or the ember worms conjuration or the shadow mist or whatever, the doom shield. What does a ritual level doom shield do? I'm imagining Jackal Torn Moon's like Jackal. I'm imagining it's like something that could like transport an entire city from the world of the living to the shadow realm. You know, and take them across the veil of difference of life or death or something like that. Or maybe like be able to like raise the dead heroes of a forgotten age back for one last epic battle. You know, kind of like the Horn of Val-Air and summoning the heroes of the Horn or something like that. So something like that. That could be it. Something. Okay, so that was Thaddeus. Thank you, Thaddeus, for that tip. But we also had an anonymous tip for one more class. And we've seen a bunch of stuff get shouted out there. I saw Bard get shouted out. I saw Paladin get shouted out. I saw, well, Wizard we just did. I saw Ranger get shouted out. So we're going to go with those three. Oh, buddy. Congrats on getting married tomorrow. That's awesome. And you're here checking this out. He's like, hey, I got everything on lockdown. I don't need to worry about anything. I'm getting married tomorrow. Let me stop by. Well, congratulations, Chris. That's awesome. Congrats to you. And, well, the last time I saw you, you guys were just engaged. I think, right? Weren't you just getting engaged maybe 2 years ago or something like that? Oh, you're at the gym, buddy. It's a little too late for that. Listen, if you're not going to fit into the suit now, it's too late for that. But congrats to you, buddy. Here, this one's for you.
I am strong.
Anyway, congrats to Unakatsi on his marriage. All right. Ooh, it's neck and neck. It's tied between two of them. I need a couple more votes. There's, how many people are here? 70 people? 80 people? There was 80 people. We have 74 people. We only have 26 votes. Come on. They can't all be bots. Some of them are bots. Vin is pulling for Ranger. Paladin is dipping ahead. Oh, Paladin's jumped ahead. If we get to 30 votes, I'm going to call it. Now's your chance. Everybody wants to see the Ranger. Up. Ah. All right. That is 42% want to see the Paladin, which is my second favorite class in Dungeons and Dragons. So I am ready. All right. Paladins is apparently very complicated. All right, here we go. Also, the game is free. You can go to DriveThruRPG. This document that I have, it's on DriveThruRPG. It's free. You can pick it up. You can read all of this yourself. Paladin, also the Crusader, the champion, the Justicar. I'm not going to lie. Pathfinder 2, I got love for you. But there is no way that the champion is as cool sounding or as awesome as the word Paladin. I'm sorry. Paladin is just so awesome. And I would never in my life ever want to be a champion. I would want, even if it's like, well, you could be lawful good and then you be a paladin. It's not the same. If I'm going to be a class, it's got to be paladin. It can't be champion. Okay. All right. You have sworn an oath and your unwavering dedication gives you powerful conviction. Oath sworn. Core talent, which is funny. Money Cook's Arcana Unearthed, there was a paladin-like class, but it was kind of like a monk paladin, and the name of that class was called the Oathsworn. See, again, I don't know these game designers at all, but sometimes I wonder, I'm like, are all these people who design games just people like me who played every obscure RPG over the last 20, 25 years, and they're just like, man, that was cool. We should just use that, because like 55 people played that game. Oathsworn. Or maybe they just, is a cool name and they came up with it, so. That's totally reasonable too. Casey, I'm glad somebody got the reference. So that is awesome. That is, I think that's just a blooper, Casey. I don't think that was actually in an episode, but it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Oathsworn, you draw power from an oath that you swear to uphold until you die. Your oath is comprised of 3 core tenets. see below, which dictate your behavior. You don't take thorns, that's the penalty D8s, from bloodied or from being rattled. Instead, you take +1 dice on rolls with the related physical or mental stats. So when we become bloodied or rattled, we don't take penalties, we get bonuses. Each session, you also have 3 smite. When attacking someone in combat or in an argument, you can spend it 1 for 1 to drop dice from a task pool. That means task pools are like the piles of D6 that are like clocks. And we can spend smite after we've rolled to reduce it. So that means, let's say we're fighting a, troll. The troll is a 6-die creature. And I roll all 6 dice because we attacked it. Okay, I rolled 3 1s and 2s and 3s. So those would drop out. So the 6 dice pool now has 3 dice remaining into it. We could spend 1 for 1 our 3 smite to remove 3 dice from this action pool after we roll it. So that would be 1, 2, 3. And actually, I think because we actually succeeded against the task, we would remove 1 die first, then we roll the 5. Do it again. All right, so now the dice is actually down to 2 pool. So we would only have to roll, we'd spend 2 smite. So basically, smite lets you, you get to smite after you already know you hit, and you can spend as much as you want to basically clear something out. Okay, affirmation. Each pre-cap, which you do at the beginning of the session, state your tenets clearly. Discuss how they came into play in the previous session, and give spark to one player who joined a scene involving your tenets, whether they followed them or tried leading you astray. If a tenet is in violation, discuss the toll that it had on you and think of a chance for atonement. Take 1 less smite for each tenet that was in violation. When you atone, take spark. And every 2 levels, we get more smite. All right, so we have to declare an oath. And we have 3 tenets to that oath. And we get smite, which we can spend. But if we violate the tenets, we don't get our smite. Detail the 3 tenets that form the core of your oath. To write a tenet, choose 1 or 2 character details, such as a trait, a bond, or a background. Link them to a short, actionable phrase that should naturally arise in the session. Work with the GM to ensure they come up in play. Rank them in order of importance. So it's basically like building your own kind of like your own anathemas and edicts. If they are ever in conflict, following a higher one avoids violating the lower one. Tenets are absolutes. If there's ever a question over whether you're in violation, you're in violation. When you violate a tenet, slash its box. For a second or severe violation, fill in the box. It is now in heavy violation. To avoid breaking the tenet, you must continue upholding it. To atone, you must perform a related deed that outweighs the violation itself. If you violate a tenet that is in heavy violation, it is now broken and you can no longer atone for that tenet. Breaking 2 tenets makes you an oath breaker. You lose your core talent, but gain hidden potential. You may choose a non-core talent or the Warlock's Pack's core talent in its place. Redemption requires an appropriately epic ritual of atonement at a sacred place or mythic deed to accomplish for your transgressions. Success restores your core talent while allowing you to keep the talent gained from breaking your oath. Uh-oh, you get OP, you get both. Redemption is only possible once. JG says, not a huge fan of pick the Warlock one. Well, maybe the Warlock one is very specific to like, you've thrown in your lot with like a dark power or something. So, this is basically a very strong, heavy hammer that means that you have to, thing. What I don't like is like the wizard had all those cool things that help you build the spells, but this is just like choose a couple character details and link them to something. That feels more heavy lifting. I'm not saying that like you couldn't come up with it, but that feels like a lot more work than the wizard, which was like a lot of fun. This feels like kind of tough. Yeah, this could definitely use a table. I don't exactly. Maybe it would just not be good if it was random, but. All right, what can we pick up as a paladin? Aegis. You take +1 dice when defending with a shield, and you can use it to make a defense roll in a nearby ally's place. So bonus to dice when you're defending. We can make defense. We can basically take hits for our allies, and we can push ourselves. Mark, to defend multiple allies from a single attack, like blocking dragon fire. On a perfect, everyone you protected takes spark. I mean, again, when you choose a paladin and a shield, okay, this is what you're dreaming. This is what you want to do. This is why you did it. This is everything that you ever wanted to do. Your whole party, the dragon comes down, the boss music starts playing, it unleashes a torrent of hellfire, and there the paladin, 10 feet in front of the group, has their shield up. The flame is parting around them like a boulder, like a river around a boulder. The party is kind of like standing there hunched over, and they realize they're completely fine. The paladin is glowing with white aura, like Gandalf on the bridge versus the Balrog. Their shield's holy symbol is glowing bright. And, you know, the holy aura is energizing everybody. Not only did they not take any damage, they actually all got buffed. That's the dream scenario. One talent just does it all. I approve. Eric. Yes, Eric from the D&D cartoon. That's really right. Authority. Your presence fills the air with authority. Oh, so this is just like the barbarian. Remember how the barbarian had that social one that let everybody be scared of them? The GM judges an NPC's response. In other words, the GM now gets to pick one of 4 for an NPC. Or you could spend one of your narrative story points to just set it for yourself. And by default, now, all NPCs will either have admiration, obedience, respect, or defiance to you because of your sort of holy authority aura. And the GM will either pick one of these, or if you spend a story point, you just get to set it. So when you go to talk to the mayor of the town and you walk in with your authority, you know, your sort of holy authority aura, you can just spend a story point and said, you know, yeah, he's going to listen and obey. He's going to respond with obedience. You can push yourself to pull off a potent feat of righteous command, just like the barbarians, but a little bit different. This is a righteous command, like ordering a demon to kneel or silencing a riot with a word. Appropriately level, epic, awesome stuff. I mean, having righteous holy authority, you know, some exorcist shit, right? I mean, that's why we do this, right? You know, absolutely. Like, this would be such an awesome moment. Like, it would be so cool. All right. Challenge. You can push yourself, that means mark a condition, to challenge a foe. You take +1 die on all rolls against them, but give them 1 suspense. If they do anything besides confronting you, you can interrupt it. I think we missed what interrupting is, but my guess is it kind of like lets you take an action on a turn. On a perfect, the challenge continues. If any ally engages your foe, the challenge ends. So you challenge them, it's a taunt, and they have to attack you, or you get basically to interrupt them and block their action. Dauntless. You can take spark, means you get a bonus, whenever your rolls gets cut. You take +1 die on the story roll when dropped, and on a perfect, ignore getting dropped. I don't know what this second part means. But basically, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I mean, this is what this means. It means like if you are taking if your rolls are getting taken down because you're building up a bunch of difficulties, challenges, injuries, you're going to build up spark as you do that. So basically, it's kind of like a way of like turning adversity into strength. I'm not sure what this means though. Divine blessing. You have a spellcasting. Oh, you have spellcasting as per the divine will talent. Detail your god and choose 1 minor domain. You get a 4 die power pool. You can drop 1 and roll the pool to cast a potent spell. It replenishes each session. So basically, this gives us a limited spellcasting capability, right? Because what this means is if we start with 4 dice, and if we want to cast a spell, I think we would roll 4 dice. And if we roll any 1s, 2s, and 3s, they drop out of the pool. But we can also permanently kill 1 out of the pool and then roll 3 dice. And then any 1, 2s, or 3s drop out of the pool. And that lets us make a potent spell. So this actually makes our paladin a pretty effective spellcaster, albeit very limited in scope and limited in capability. Like the power level is there. They can cast potent spells and potentially very powerful ones, but they can only do that a very small number of times per session. Guardian, you get +1 die when you assist on a defense roll. If your own roll comes up a 6, you both get spark. So easy to defend, and even a bonus if you both defend. This one's kind of boring, I will admit. But, sometimes it's important when you have playbooks to, like, some players want to have something that's really mechanically complex. Like, I want to be able to interrupt and take dice and suspense. And other people are like, yeah, I want to take this, authority, and then I get to choose the thing and set this, or I could do potent feats. And some people just want bonus dice, numbers go burr. You know what I mean? Rebuke. When the GM spends suspense to prompt an impact move, you take a +1 die on any follow-up action against that source. So they don't get to interrupt it. But if the GM spends their suspense to make one of their bullshit impact moves, which, again, we like, but I'm just saying, you guys, you get a +1 die to follow up against that. And on a critical, you can take spark. All right, everyone wants me to look at the Ranger. Fine. Ranger. Also the Beast Finder, also the Pathfinder, also the Trapper. All right, Hunter's Mark. So this is making the Ranger feel like a hunter, which is fine, which is different than like the 1st edition D&D. But remember, they did say they were inspired by 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition D&D. All right, so once per session, you can declare a weakness in a non-humanoid creature, describe what you know or see, and you tag it with a 3-die weakness pool. When anyone targets the weakness specifically, you roll the pool as bonus dice on their roll. As it depletes, the creature learns to hide its weakness, causing it to shift its behavior. Take spark when the creature falls. Prowess. You take 1 die bonus at stealthing, traversing, setting traps, and tracking. Growth. Every 3 levels, you get an extra die in your weakness pool, and you can use it 1 more time per session. Well, I'll tell you that. Going to level 4 on a hunter is going to be, or ranger is going to be really powerful, because you go from 3 dice once a session to 4 dice twice a session. I mean, this does tie into what we talked about. Like, number 1, what's cool about this is you don't have to worry about action economy. These kind of games don't have action economy. Number 2, we talked about this idea of like the hunter being kind of like almost like a team player. So I think that that's kind of interesting. Interrupt's a great mechanic. It's on page 19. You skipped over it. Interrupt. Make an action roll to try to stop an impact move. This requires a specific talent. If not already involved, you are now sharing the risk. On a messy result, the GM takes or keeps the suspense. Because remember, you can make an impact move when you spend suspense, or if the player rolled low and they get to make an impact move. So if you get a messy result, the GM gets to take suspense, or if they were spending it, they get to keep it. But if you get a perfect result, right, you would interrupt them and they would have still spent the suspense, which is pretty good. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, big time. So to go back to what we were saying before about the Lich and the GM spending success, right? So let's say the barbarian, the berserker, the barbarian is leaping through the air on our Lich Necromancer, and the barbarian crushes into the Lich Necromancer, but not a critical hit because I can't use it. But I choose to use a suspense currency to declare an interrupt action or an alternate thing, and I describe him stopping it, and then our paladin, was challenging the Lich. Or something like that, they could potentially interrupt that action. Is what I'm saying. Okay, so that is very cool. Again, it's about agency. It's about control. I don't think that the GM, because again, the point of the suspense is to allow the GM to have a non-gaslighting way, right, to control the narrative in a way that's going to feel fair and balanced to the players. And they understand that, like, that suspense was earned through a bad roll, which is totally fine. That's the GM's responsibility, is to make the game interesting, exciting, and fun. But they can't just do it by cheating all the time or fudging all the time, because that is breaking the bond of trust between the players. But you say, well, Derek, if somebody interrupts it, isn't that destroying the purpose of the game? No. And the reason why I think it doesn't is because, like we said before, remember how the GM also couldn't interrupt if the barbarian leaping off of the flaming bridge onto the Lich Necromancer crit. The rules say that you can't spend suspense to make an impact move to counter a critical hit. And the reason why they do that is because something awesome just happened. If something awesome just happened, then we don't want that to be interrupted, because the whole point of that was to make sure that something awesome happened. And if the barbarian just crit, or if the barbarian hit the Lich Necromancer and the Lich Necromancer goes to send suspense to try to counter the barbarian's hit, which would kill it, but the paladin rushes in at the last moment and, you know, stabs him through the back with his katana, and he's very, you know, sadistically goes, Yatta, right? Again, deep cut season 1 Heroes reference. And the Lich Necromancer says, you know, like, no, or like the paladin raises up his holy symbol, and the Lich's evil necromancy energy is countered by a divine radiant blast, and there's like this beam of light coming down at an angle, raking across from the hallway. It, you know, beams out of the ceiling, and now the barbarian is illuminated in this holy aura as it slams through the necromancer's purple black energy shield, and the barbarian crushes into it and kills it. Yeah, so the GM tried to cheat legally by making the barbarian's hit not a hit, so that the GM could make the fight cooler, but the paladin interrupted, succeeded, and instead, sure, the Lich's Necromancer is now dead, but we got an awesome moment, right? And that is what we were here for, right? So in that situation, the effect of the game, right, the mechanical interworkings, right, the interlocking gear mechanisms of the play pattern have succeeded. And most important than that, it means that we ended up with a result that wasn't what anybody expected. The barbarian thought he was going to hit. And then for me as the GM, I thought I was going to ignore the hit. And then the paladin came in and made a dice roll. And suddenly we were left with a story that was feral and outside of our controls. And so instead of me as the GM having to gaslight my players every 5 minutes with fudge rolls just to keep the game interesting, the mechanics have not let us down. At least that's what it's supposed to do in theory. And you know, for some people that works really well, and for other people it does not. For some people they feel they don't. Here's the thing: those players they don't want to be fudged, but they actually do want to be fudged. They're like, I want the game to be always awesome and epic and appropriately narrative, but I don't want any of these meta currency bullshit. And I'm like, okay, so what do you want to have happen? I want to have the random dice always conspire to tell the perfect story. And you're like, you know that's not how that works, right? All right. So the Ranger, I like this weakness pool. Well, obviously I like it better than most versions of the Ranger. I like that it's a group effort. I like that it's going to lead to them having to be creative to tag the weakness. They're just generically good at stealthing, traversing, setting traps, and trekking. And then optionally, you can combine an effect, a trigger, and the word trap on the table to the left to make 3 traps you commonly used in your hunting and scouting. These aren't limitations, but they are quick go-to. So my poisonous tripwire something. When you use so this is advice, right? To give you, again, the paladin felt like it was a little lacking in this advice. Fire sensitivity, you know, oh, it's susceptible to poison, you know. Yeah, I think here's the difference, which is like, you know, if this played out like Fabula Ultima, and again, it would have to be a way where you like didn't cheese it. But like in Fabula Ultima, like if there was a way for like a hunter class to be like, yeah, I can give a creature a vulnerability, or maybe even a random vulnerability. Because if it's like everybody has fire damage and I always make the creature weak to fire, like that's kind of cheesy and power gamey. But like if the Ranger could like add an extra vulnerability, the thing is, it's like, it, you know, in D&D and Pathfinder, right, we're used to like the weakness just being like, it's weak to our damage. And like what this tells you to do is like, it makes the players have to work to it. Because you don't just say it's weak to your attacks. Now all of your attacks do bonus dice. You say like, no, it's susceptible to poison. And, you know, that now the players have to work to make that happen, you know? And it, you know, it may not necessarily be so easy to quote unquote, you know, tag to that. So, okay. So we got the Ranger, they're a hunter. They know the weaknesses of their prey. They have some favorite traps. What can we gain? Well, of course, it wouldn't be a Ranger without an animal companion. Again, this feels very WoW huntery to me. I mean, we're talking about being kind of more of a hunter. We're talking Hunter's Mark is literally the WoW ability. We're talking about traps. We're talking about animal companions. So it feels very WoW inspired to me. But you're accompanied by a fiercely loyal animal. Every PC adds a reciprocal bond with it. I love that. You know, it's not just your pet. It's like the party pet. Choose 3 tricks that it knows and 2 flaws that it has. Sounds like a crew, you know, like from Blades in the Dark, or like a cohort. You roll 3 dice for anything it knows a trick for and 1 die on everything else. It only has 2 damage boxes, marked and hurt. You can always have it exit a scene if it's hurt, so no killing the puppies. If lost, you can bond with a new animal, sadly, or select a new talent. You can take this talent again and grant it 3 more treks and another HP box. Keen senses. Your senses are twice as sharp as normal. No one really sure what that means, but from a vantage standpoint, I suppose it means. You can pull off potent feats of tracking and can always get a hint or reveal on vigilance against living creatures. So again, we don't have the cool descriptions here, but, I like to think that, when Aragorn puts his ear to the ground in the 2 towers and he knows that the Uruk-hai, which are like miles away, have quickened their pace, I like to think that that was a potent feat of tracking. Relentless. You can pull off potent feats of traversal and can always move at full speed, unhindered by what's in your way. Again, Aragorn rushes across the plains for 3 days and nights without sleep. Seems like a very ranger thing to do. Scout ahead. You gain 1 story point per session, and you can spend flashback to scouting ahead. Now, this is pretty cool. You can sabotage something. You can set a trap. You can survey the area. There's a playbook in Root that has something very similar to this, where you've basically set up the area as a flashback, but you were already there because you knew something was going to go down. And, you already have hidden weapons and planted a trap and stuff like that. But you can survey the area, take out a danger, and set up an interrupt, make a montage roll. So I love the idea. This is how I would imagine this happening. You walk into an area and there's supposed to be 2 guards, but when you come in, they're already, dead with arrows through their neck. And it's because the ranger spends a story point, takes out a danger ahead of time, or sets up an interrupt to shoot them through the neck before they're about to ring the bell of alarm. And that would be really cool for me. That is something that to me feels uniquely rangerish. The idea, right? What does Arwen say to Aragorn, right? A ranger caught off their guard. There's this idea that the ranger is always 1 step ahead, and I like the idea of that power a lot. So this ability to me is very cool. I like this ability. Season Hunter. You always know where a monster's lair will be. Once per session, you can tell all to look out and declare how a monstrous challenge spends 1 of its suspense on a move to attack your party. Anyone involved takes +1 defense on a defensive roll and follow-up action rolls. I will say that this, this is a very the ranger interacts with a lot of the mechanics of the game. Sharpshooter. When given time, you can pull off potent feats of ranged precision, like shooting just beyond maximum range or into near complete cover. You can push yourself if you want to do it on the spot, right? So this is like the Archer character from that horrible movie I think it was with Matt Damon and Pedro Pascal. It's The Great Wall, and Matt Damon's character is this incredible, insane archer, right? Some Robin Hood shit, right? Splitting arrows in twain and stuff like that. Or push yourself and just do it on the spot. I like abilities like this because this is basically you saying, I want to have the ability to kind of do bullshit, and the game is making me pay a penalty for it. And assuming I don't have the time to set it up, I do have to pay a price, which is pushing myself. Trophies. When you play a key part in slaying a powerful monster, you can take a trophy from it. Roll wits to create a minor wand or take a +1 thorn to create a major wand. The monster's name, ability, and body part are the touchstone. Only you can use it. This is cool. This is cool. This is probably the coolest thing that we've seen because this is something I've never seen before. And fuck me, this is awesome. You slay a basilisk and you take the eye of the basilisk, and it works as a 4-die stone flesh wand. A minor wand slows someone. A major wand turns them into stone. Horns of a minotaur, speed boost. Heart of a troll to recover marks. Basically, and it's using the wand mechanic to I don't know what wands do, but I'm assuming it's cast a spell once a session or something like that. Because I don't know what those do specifically, but it's using the wand mechanic. And to me, this feels very unique and it feels very thematic, but it also feels very tied. This to me is very cool. Well, I see the thing, Beowulf, is to me, this has nothing to do with the magic. You're not creating a wand, right? You're taking a trophy from it. You're not doing anything to the eye of the basilisk. This is Perseus cutting off the head of Medusa and using the Medusa to turn the Kraken to stone. You're not actually making a wand. It's just you have a basilisk eye that you keep in a pouch and maybe you fill it with some sort of preserving liquid so it doesn't rot. You have some maybe like a natural, antiseptic or a natural, whatever. So yeah, so this is like a body part system, and like it's weird and creepy, but I love the idea that your ranger would literally become this collection of stories of all the really cool monsters, and and it's not enough to just kill any random monster. It's got to be a powerful monster, one of those iconic monsters: Minotaur, Basilisk, Troll, Gorgon, right? Hydra. Like those are the things that I think of, and I love it. So my take on the ranger is the ranger definitely feels more like a monster hunter than it does some of the other things that we've seen in the game. So it feels like a monster hunter, but it also has this like scout ahead ability, which I cool. And so, this is between, obviously it's got a couple abilities to potent sense of tracking, traversal through, tough terrain, seasoned hunter, sharpshooter, trophies, hunter's mark. Everything seems to be very, very huntery oriented. And so while, and very wilderness oriented, but, Beowulf right here, you get prowess from the start. You automatically, remember, this is a game where your base dice pool is only going to be 1, 2, or 3 dice. You get +1 die to stealth, traversal, setting traps, and tracking. So, if you guys have to swim across, a glacial river and the GM makes you roll a die, I think that would count as traversal and would give you a bonus to die, which is normally you have to spend Spark to get that. You're getting that for free. Hell, you could spend Spark on top of that and get 2 bonus dice. So to me, I think that, and you just get this for free on top of your hunter's mark. So I it's one of those things where I don't know if the ranger is like generically useful. And also compared to the paladin and the paladin, the barbarian actually had a fair number of stuff that was social, right? Like the barbarian could make people intimidated of them. The paladin could make them bow to their authoritative aura. The ranger does not have really any power of like social interaction. So there's a sense here of like being kind of a, weirdo wilderness outsider. Like this is very clearly like the old school, like wilderness ranger. And Ken, that is the most important part of all of this. No fucking dual wielding. The authors get a strong for that. I like that there's several abilities rolled together, because if you're only going to get a couple of abilities throughout the entire game, make them big. Like I've said before, I played World of Warcraft. I remember getting a talent point and being like, oh shit, yeah, I'm going to get a talent point. What do you get? +1% critical hit chance, 1 of 5. And you're like, that was exciting. Like sometimes feats, you waited levels, 2 levels, 3 levels to get a feat, and it's just so boring and limited. I'd rather these things be big, be bold, than be minor. I don't know. I like this ranger. I mean, I might like the ranger more than I liked the paladin. I'm not saying that I thought the paladin was bad. I think the paladin needs some help with like figuring out those tenets. And I'm not quite like, all of this oath business feels like a lot of work, and I'm not really sure what am I gaining from all these oaths? Like it's cool that I have to like manage these oaths, but like is like, I'm not trying, is the paladin balanced around these oaths? Like, I'm not really, quite sure. And yes, of course, you're not limited to talents from your path, right? Like I could be a paladin, start with this oath sworn ability, and a river. I'm assuming, I didn't read that, but like you can just pick from anything. Like as a paladin, it's not like I have to take a paladin ability and then a non-paladin ability and then a paladin ability and a non-paladin ability. If that's not in the game, I would think I would probably put some kind of limit in that, because like even Blaze in the Dark, Powered by the Apocalypse playbooks usually have a limit of like 2 or like 3 off talent or off playbook abilities. Like I hate the idea of like a paladin not taking any of the paladin talents. So that there's a lot of flexibility. I mean, you could end up assuming it's completely open, but even if it's not open, you might be a paladin who chooses 1 paladin talent, and then you choose a ranger talent. And now suddenly, your ranger is a your paladin is collecting trophies. You know what I mean? And all that other stuff. So, Mystical Phil and Ray say completely open. Interesting. Okay. So very cool stuff. Love the wizard. Wizard. Should I give it a 10 out of 10? Like I give like the, I think I give the wizard 9 out of 10. I give the barbarian 10 out of 10. No notes. I love the barbarian. I thought that was amazing. Or the berserker, whatever it is. I'm going to give the wizard 9 out of 10. You saw me on stream just be like, this was really fun and cool, and I just wanted to keep doing it, and it had my mind, this reminds me of like when I build dungeons and adventures using like the Tome of Adventure design, right? I love that like random nonsense, and I love having to make it make sense and be creative. That's what I come here to this game to do. I come here to figure stuff out and figure out what a doom shield is, or what a wrathful web is, and what that means to me, and do it in a way that makes sense narratively and is tied to the fiction. And what are the limits? Well, it's the limits of whatever a wrathful web would be. And that means something to me, and it means something to my GM, and it means something to my group, but it might not mean anything to anybody else, but that's okay. Berserker, 10 out of 10. Wizard, 9 out of 10. Ranger, maybe 8 out of 10. And maybe the Paladin, I think I give like a 6 out of 10 in terms of just like my reaction to it, my fun reaction to it. Although I do have to give, credit to the Paladin. Like, I might be underselling how powerful Smite is because of the way that it works, and you can use it after the roll and the cut. So you can kind of guarantee that you can take something out, which might be very powerful. I really love this authority power. I love this Aegis power, this challenge power. I've never been big on that anyways. This, I didn't quite honestly know. This feels very reactive, and like I'm not in control of this. Like if my roll got cut, I get spark. I probably would never take this. I like this divine blessing. I like this way of doing like off casting. This seems very boring to me, but again, it's important to have boring abilities for people who don't want something that's, mechanically robust. Same with this rebuke. I don't really like this ability, but so yeah, I mean that all seems very, very cool to me, and that was just a handful of the talents. Lastly, we have exploration, and we're just going to speed run this real quick. Exploration is an adventure, and this point crawl system captures that spirit. Now remember, I bought some deck. It said it was called the exploration deck. I have no idea what it does. I just wanted it because it said I like cards. I mean, look at all my torchbearer cards that I have, right? All these little doodads and whatchamacallits. It is a canonless sandbox. All right, cool. There are 3 realities: the remnants, the wilds, and the ruins. So basically, kind of like Fabula Ultima. Fabula Ultima has its 8 pillars. The idea is, when they call them a set of pillars. Awesome. So the idea is, no matter what you do, you're going to build a fiction. You're going to build, maybe the GM makes a story, or maybe the players get together and they build something collaboratively. But your campaign is always going to have the idea of forgotten people of the borderlands, the untamed and unforgiving wilderness, and a fallen empire made of ruins, which I like. All right, what's our exploration system? You're creating a point crawl with points and paths. You earn exploration. When the GM uses the expand the map story move, all players and the GM gain 3 exploration tokens. You can spend them to build, and so it's like a world creation system. This seasons page allows you to create a custom calendar together. 5 seasons, 2 months each. It's not quite ready. Okay, thank you, Max. Stuff for mapping the region. Ooh, again, my gamist nature. This looks pretty cool. I love collaborative map building games. I mean, for whatever reason, I own 2 copies of A Quiet Year. And it also kind of reminds me of like the map drawing, the collaborative map building of Root, where you make paths and stuff between the different clearings. Yeah, look at this. It kind of even looks like Root, right? So this is like our starting area, and then the borders of the map are defined: the peaks, the cliffs, the thicket, the mire. We have some unexplored areas. Draw maps, leave blanks. And then we draw different ruins and monster lairs and regions, and everybody's adding things to them. They're connecting them with paths and roads. They're spending their exploration points to interconnect stuff, create hills and terrain. There's a swamp here. There's hills here. And this is awesome. the Temple of Zek, the Owlbear Lair, the bandits, the orcs, the ruins of the workshop, the crumbled temple. Emberhome. This is where the Ember Worms originally originated from, was Emberhome. I really like what's going on here. So we got information for mapping sites. I'm excited to look about this mapping stuff. Here's some exploration crucibles. We love a good D66 Oracle. Love it. I love it. I love it. This feels very like Perilous Wilds, creating stuff. This is all hackable. This is all stealable, all usable. I mean, I need to create a region and a story world for my Torchbearer game. I might just steal this. This looks awesome. Supposedly this full game is supposed to come out today, but it's going to come out apparently Thursday. More crucibles. We love random tables. I don't have time to go into monsters, but let's take a look at a carrion crawler. Got a color scheme here. Okay. This chimera has a Wolverine head, a Rhino head, and a Gila monster head. Demon Glabrazu, Dire Wolves. Oh, look, they got a respectful bestiary here. Holy shit. They got Grix and stuff in here. These are like all the SRD monsters. It's like, it's in D&D. We put it in here. Mimics. Paizo could never. Apparently, these people were like, well, Wizards did release it all to Creative Commons, so we're going to fucking use it. All right. It's not called a Rust Monster. It's called a Rust Maw. But honestly, that looks kind of better. Or that sounds kind of cooler. Story kits. So this is modular do-it-yourself scenarios designed to spark creativity and get your imagination ready. They are not fully fleshed out adventures. They are flexible frameworks filled with evocative ideas, dramatic moments, and narrative twists. They are great for one-shots or 2 to 3 session arcs, the mini-shot, which I also like. Some of them can be even expanded to kick off or to take up a full campaign. Hooks introduce it to your PCs. Intro text tells you what it's about. Pressure pools act as timers, rolled to build tension and keep things moving. Roll them as it feels right to keep the scenario moving or when prompted by the fiction. Pressure pools can also be used at this icons. Lock. At 0 dice, the linked pool can be rolled. Recycle. At 0 die, reset the pool and use it again. Right arrow. At 0 dice, triggers the roll of the next pool. And star. At 0 die, the scenario comes to a close with a dramatic move or dramatic change. Useful pieces are props, NPCs, and more. Set it up has you make some choices that drastically change how things play out. Some example challenges highlight likely scenarios, but they are not prescriptive. Simply use them as inspiration. And mix-ups, twists to radically shift the scenario, especially if you want to do a replay. So this is basically a con game on a page. And, you know, between this and like a one-page dungeon, you might be in business. A plague of goblins. So we've got, each night, doors lock, windows shut, Dreg Hill Village holds its breath as the goblins come. Fighting back has only led to more disappearances, so now they stay inside. Night falls, which keeps repeating, which linked to dawn breaks. And then the townsfolk snap, and we can see here that it looks like the town are turning into goblins. There's a well. There's a old woman and the villagers. And we can set it up. Could be the villagers are eating roots. There's a dead goblin in the well. There's a hag in the forest. There's a goblin relic from the mine. If it dies, does it revert into a human, or does it die like a goblin? Does it release a plague spores? And the goblins crave 2 might some other things that you might come up with. And then you could mix it up. Melagortis is actually a hag in disguise. See, I thought Melagortis was the cause of it. So that's a way to completely twist it up. The villagers were originally goblins, and then they got turned into humans, and now they're just getting turned back into goblins. Interesting. Or, it's a goblin village with a plague of humans. Very cool. Easy to produce, fun to produce. Totally awesome. I mean, look at all these one-shots that you could just run over and over and over again. Very awesome stuff. And they give you a lot. Wow. They give you a lot. They give you a lot. All right. And then chapter 7 is coming soon. Extras. Well, that is 4 hours of Grimwild. Why did we go so long? Well, we had some really nice tips. So thank you so much to Anonymous, Thaddeus. Thank you to Wojo for the very, very generous tips. Duncan DT as well. Thank you for the super chats, Francois, Oe, as well as Kyle's 13 months. I'd be excited to run this game. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here for what you're getting. And it sounds like they have it sounds like the physical product is going to be beautiful. They're even hyping it up in their book. Obviously, this is a very narrative game, but this is a narrative version of D&D, and I'm just so, whoa.
Maxwell tipped $100. Thanks a ton
JD.
for the thorough look through.
What's up, buddy? Well, thank you, JD. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. That is awesome. Thank you, JD Maxwell, the game designer. Congrats on the release, and congrats on a great game. I'm really looking forward to, number one, stealing from it very prodigiously. Some of those D66 tables are choice, and the classes look great, or the paths look great, and I love Blades in the Dark. JD, thank you so much for that. And again, congratulations on the game. I'm excited to get my full product. I'm excited to get my hardcover book. I'm excited to get my deck of cards. Now I'm really excited because the exploration sub game looks awesome, and I can't wait to see what's in these deck of cards. Again, I thought the game looked interesting, and I was like, oh, dang. And then I realized I backed it, so I was really excited about that. Thank you, JD. So, like I say, all we do is we exchange currency, right? I bought the game from him, and he gave him everything. So, my issue, I think a lot of people, again, I've talked about this before, but, I like narrative games, and there exists a problem space where a lot of people like playing D&D. And, as much as my friends have enjoyed playing narrative games, they also really like, exploring the wilderness and going into ancient ruins and going into dungeons and exploring. Dungeon World... Dungeon World's old. I mean, they're making a second one. Who knows when it's going to come out. But, Powered by the Apocalypse has some weird mechanics to it itself. I personally think Forged in the Dark is kind of a more sophisticated system. And obviously this game was inspired by Dungeon World, Chasing Adventure, Homebrew World, or whatever. But, I feel like it's more Forged in the Dark forward, which is always a system that I love. And a great example of that is I love Forged in the Dark obviously has the flashback system, which is very contentious. I love it. But I like how this game uses the flashback mechanic, but it narrows it and it restricts it to something that would be very appropriate for that character. And again, what really sold me on the Ranger path was that scout ahead. And this solves, I can't even begin to promise you how many problems this solves in your, and I didn't look at the Rogue, but maybe the Rogue has something similar. But you want the Ranger to scout ahead, right? Because that's what a Ranger does. Right? They scout ahead. It's like that one character from the 13th Warrior. You know who I'm talking about? The one guy who's always ahead and is always sort of being the kind of their ranger. The problem is, while that's cool in the fiction, it doesn't work at the game table. No one wants to sit there while someone goes ahead and scouts ahead. Nobody wants to have a separate, dialogue. And also, you don't know when to scout ahead, when you should scout ahead, or when you should have scout ahead. The flashback system gives us that experience, and without having to go through the heartache and the headache of that. So it lets your ranger be and feel very rangery without it being a drag to the rest of the group. And that's a very, awesome thing to do. So I applaud D&D for, what it did, but at the end of the day, though, the expectations of what people want out of an experience are greatly at odds with the attempt to create a one-to-one simulationist game. This game is not that. As we said before, it would not rank very high on the simulationist score. I don't think we saw any sort of sign of, to my knowledge, of routine equipment, tracking torches or anything like that. There might be in there, but I didn't see it. We did see that maybe specific magical items, arcana, might be something that you put on your character sheet, but it's not concerned with that rote mechanics. It's concerned with storytelling in the fantasy adventure genre, while still being focused on a narrative and a story. And it leans into that episodic content. I think it's a very exciting game. I mean, I'm glad I backed it. Obviously, there was a reason I backed it. I I didn't remember that I did, but I saw something there that was enough exciting to me that I was excited about it. And I'm really eager to look through the whole product when it releases later this week. Beowulf says, Mr. Maxwell, I too will be stealing tons of shit from this, and I look forward to playing a Berserker. Yeah, I'm going to read through. I mean, when the full thing comes out, I'm going to definitely check out the full kit. Is there a VTT in this thing's future? Is there some sort of Foundry integration that is occurring? Because I definitely know that there'd probably be some people. I think there's some people from my own Discord that would really thrive in this environment. I mean, I know that Darth Gorlock has been running what he calls, Pathfinder in the Dark or whatever, Blades in the PF2 or something, where he's kind of hacked in Blades in the Dark mechanics into Pathfinder 2 for a long time. And that game's been running for a long time very successfully. And obviously, he's just kind of, playing it by ear a little bit. But Foundry VTT planned. Excellent. We have a Discord bot too. Mystic Phil, what does the Discord bot do? You mean for like playing in the Discord? Is that what you're talking about? Again, these aren't reviews. I haven't played this game. I'm a little biased because I guess I backed it. But overall, I think this game's really exciting. And I said this at the beginning, and if you're here 4 hours later, you should pick up the game. I mean, come on, if you've watched this much, you should definitely go pick it up. At least pick up the free version to decide if you want the paid version. And, realistically, if you think the game is cool, you should pick it up. I mean, these are the type of creators we should be supporting. But I think this is the type of game that most people actually want to play. We saw people in the chat talking about how they expect their GM to fudge to make things awesome. And all I'm saying is, if you're at that level, why not just take the next step and just stop lying to each other about it and just make it part of the game? You're all okay with it. You don't care about simulating the realism of this fantasy world. You want to tell exciting narrative cinematic stories. This is you don't have to cheat. You don't have to fudge. You don't have to gaslight anybody. This game just does that. It puts your characters' bonds and it puts your characters' backgrounds front and center. And I feel like that's how a lot of people want to play 5th edition anyways. They want to play like Critical Role. That's how Critical Role plays. This is a game that is going to help you do that. It's not focused on 5-foot grids and tactical procedural dungeon crawls. Now, as for the jargon, again, Beowulf, I think we're being a bit unfair because we all learned to play Forge in the Dark, right? We all learned about, risky, desperate, controlled. We learned about potency, scale, quality. We learned about, harm, trauma, major harm, minor harm. We learned about resistance rolls and action rolls and, what's the difference between an action? What's the difference between an attribute? And Beowulf says, yeah, and I hated learning all of that. Well, you had to learn something once. I mean, what are you going to do? Play just D&D for the rest of your life? I mean, at least here there's a resonance. I mean, for me, obviously something like, a cut is, new to the game format, but like, I don't need to really remember what they call them. Like will I remember that a 1, 2, or 3 is called a Grim? Probably not, but I've played Blades in Dark, so I know that a 1, 2, or 3 is your highest dice roll in a pool means the bad shit happens. You fail and bad shit. And I know that a 4 or 5 means you succeed, but also some bad shit. And I know that a 6 means you succeeded, no problem. And I know that a double 6 means you critically succeeded. You did it and more. Like, I know that framework, so it doesn't matter that I don't remember what the actual words or terms are. It's the idea that's important. Also keep in mind, there's a lot of people out there who do not have the encyclopedic knowledge of games that we have. So this might be the second game that they ever play after 5e. So overall, again, it's not a review, so I don't want to give anybody a bad impression, but I'm excited. I can't speak to the game's mechanical interest because I haven't played it yet, but I can speak to my emotional response, which is I like the art. I like the layout. It's clean. It was easy for me to read, find. I love the D66 tables spread in there. There should be more of those if they're not already in there. I would pay for just more of those. Stuff like that just pays dividends, not just inside the game, but outside the game. Those are just so borrowable, hackable. But the class design is awesome. It feels very tropey and laid into it. I love the background stuff. It feels like the best elements of Fabula Ultima, 13th Age, where instead of having a cumbersome, burdensome skill system, we don't need that. We have a DM. We're not playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're not playing Icewind Dale 2. We have a dungeon master. If my character was raised on the streets, then it's very easy for us to say, Yeah, you were raised on the streets. You can do this. Oh, you were raised in a convent. Yes, you know what these holy runes mean. You spent your countless years of your teenage life translating dusty religious tomes. We don't need the 3 points in this skill, 2 points in this skill, 1 point in this skill. It's not, that type of stuff. So I much prefer, the approach of like 13th Age and Fabula Ultima, where it's just like, look, we have these cool backgrounds. And then plus it means that for every time that moment comes up, it's an opportunity for the player to add a little bit to the story. Your character has the religious background or whatever, and you get to tell that little story, that little vignette of, oh yeah, the high cleric, the high clerist made me, I spent the better part of my teens copying old dusty religious tomes. And it's a brief flicker moment. All it is just giving your character the narrative position to do this check. But it gives this insight and this understanding into your character that would just otherwise not be, where it just goes, I make my religion check. Nobody questions why your character is trained in religion. You don't need to prove that your character is trained in religion, because it shows on your character sheet you have the proficiency in religion, you have expert master in religion. So I'm a big fan of that. Now, Beowulf says, I was raised in a convent on the street, and the nuns made me train us as fighters and assassins all the time in Magic. And that is why, as a good game should, and we've brought this up before with you, because you've brought this up before, Beowulf. This is part of the rules of the game. Don't be a weasel. Play in good faith. I'm calling you out. I know you were joking. I'm just saying you were joking, but there are people who would do that. And that's why this game is, it's like, when I used to work in insurance, there used to be a saying, which is, you can't price fraud, which is, insurance can only insure something that is going to happen accidentally and not on purpose. If somebody's planning on defrauding you, there's no way that you can make a proper insurance claim against that, because it doesn't work. So it's the same thing. Like, if you have rules and principles and agendas, and if the players have no interest in playing to those principles and agendas, then it doesn't matter. Like, trying to create rules that are going to force people to behave in a certain way is counterpurposed. And quite frankly, I think a lot of D20 based games have that, where they have created rules that are designed so that you don't need to have play in good faith, don't be a weasel, as part of your game, and then just rely on people being, responsible, respectful humans, adults, and have some respect for the game and have some respect for the game master. Instead, they have to compartmentalize everything, because they don't want anybody to have to, actually be an adult. So I don't mind games that, treat me like a grown up. That's all I'm going to say. I'm excited. I love the wizard. Again, that was the most excited. I had so much fun running. I could just sit there and roll on and making theorems and coming up with cool ideas for those. Also, shout out to the 8 schools of magic. PF2 did us dirty by getting rid of those. So, yeah, I mean, this seems awesome. And copious amounts of, I was shocked at how many monsters were in the bestiary, all the good monsters. If I'm playing this, it's kind of a love letter to D&D. It's kind of a fantasy heartbreaker. Yeah, I want there to be, a Grick and a Grill and, a Gorgon and a Medusa and all that stuff that I expect there to be. And so that's there. And then just tons of those different story little things, one-pagers that you can just use to do a one-shot, mini-shot. I'm excited to explore the exploration rules and some of the details of it, and yeah, see what else the game has. So full release coming later this week, but you can go to DriveThruRPG and look up Grimwild, and you will find the $0 free copy, just to take a look and take a look at the rules, take a look at a class that you might be interested in yourself. And I encourage you to do so, because I think this, in an ever more competitive gaming and space environment where there's a million different games coming out, it's rare that a game kind of, gets me excited. And I like D&D. One of the reasons I'm playing Torchbearer in the next couple weeks for my patrons is because I like, dungeons and exploring stuff. And I like D&D, but, sometimes those rules feel a little long in the tooth. And I also love Avatar Legends and Monster Hearts. So a game that can let me mechanize those narrative elements and those story-based elements is so important to me. So I'm tending to say that I would probably really enjoy this game. So we'll give it a better look. It comes out, and I encourage you to pick it up. It sounds like they've got a pretty kick in Discord, so maybe you can head over there. And again, shout out and thanks to everybody who chipped in tonight. Wojo, Thaddeus, Anonymous, Francois, OE, Duncan, and of course, Mr. Author Man himself for dropping in and being a very generous thing. So happy to give you some coverage. Not that we get a lot of views here on this channel, but again, if you watch this for 4.5 hours, you need to go buy this game because that's just a requirement. Also, Creative Commons full release. Bravo, just go open license it, both Grimwild and Moxie. So the whole thing with the system and the rules base. So I'm a big fan of that. Sure. I mean, Beowulf, it's one of those things that's comparative. Like, if you had told me, 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, Derek, you're going to, in the YouTube land, like I get, 4,000 views on a video and it's like, it's not even a blip, compared to like Ginny D and Professor Dungeon Master. But if you told me like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, Derek, you're going to be thousands of people are going to be watching your role-playing views for, hours at a time. I'd have been like, that's insane. I can't even imagine having that kind of, influence and outsized space. So for me, it's still like, what the fuck? I'm used to talking to like 10 people at a time. Right. So, and it goes without saying that, the magic system is exactly what I kind of want out of a magic system. I did say, I think I might enjoy a little bit more mechanical complexity. Maybe there's something there that I could tweak, but at the end of the day, I don't like Vantage system. I like the balance between ritual casting, and that to me is way more satisfying than what Dungeon World had. I loved ritual in Dungeon World, but the spells felt too much like D&D spells. And this thing does this one thing. I love being creative. That's what makes being a spellcaster so fun. So, this is like the second video coverage of this game on YouTube to my knowledge, and the first one of this version. Oh, well, maybe we'll get some people checking us out. The thumbnail does say 5e, and, maybe people will check it out. And again, that's my honest opinion. I mean, I think a lot of people who are playing D&D 5e should be playing this game because they probably don't really care about the grid. There are people who do. They care about the grid and they care about, min-max and numbers go burr, and that's fine. Like those people maybe shouldn't even be playing 5e. Maybe they should be playing Pathfinder 2nd edition. But there's a lot of people who want to play 5th edition because they want to tell cinematic stories. And I'm just saying, D&D is based off of a 50-year-old, kind of antiquated architecture. And I love it. I always will. But there are games out there that let you do it better and let you do it without lying to and gaslighting your players about how much you're actually not following the rules of the game that they think they love. Because I think that's the real crime. These people play with their DM and they have such a great time in the game. They're playing D&D, they're playing 5th edition, and it's so awesome. And every moment is awesome. And they don't know that their GM is cheating. So they think, I'm going to go and start my own game. And they get together their friends and they start to play. And they think that this is how you're supposed to play. You're supposed to roll the dice and, that's what they come up with, right? And suddenly the experience is not nearly as cool. And their players are always upset and things don't work out for them. And the moments aren't as nail biting and, the moments aren't as cool and cinematic. And they think I suck. They think I'm a bad dungeon master. Because when I played with that other person, they were doing the same thing I was doing. Hell, I learned from them. And our games were so much better. Yeah, because they were cheating. And this player is new enough that they don't realize that or recognize that. And worse might be that GM starts to fudge because they think that the other GM was awesome and that they suck and that the only way that they can make up for being crappy is by fudging. So now they're not having a good time because they think that they're only doing this as a compensation factor. Of course, now you're just perpetuating the cycle because now you have another group of players who are learning at the hands of a GM who's cheating. And if one of those person goes on to start their own DM game, they're going to be like, wow, I suck. My other GM was so much better at this. And the cycle goes on and on and on. And, if I feel like I'm standing on a soapbox about this, it's because, I think that part of the covenant of this game should be collaboration. And I think willfully and woefully deceiving your players and then lying to them about deceiving them, I think is not only is it not good for the game, I just don't think it's a good thing in general in life. So even if it's, quote, for their good, own good. Example, don't bang your neighbor's wife. That's the moral of the story. All right. Look at this guy thinking that all the 5e players going to start DM. Well, someone has to DM, right? I mean, they're coming from somewhere, right? So, I mean, I'm still one of those people who thinks that like Critical Role, I I don't think that that's 100% legit. No way. There's too much money at stake, So, alrighty, folks. That is going to do it for me. Long stream tonight, but it was fun. It was worth it. We had some great tips and some great support from some amazing people. Very happy to see so many people come out here tonight for a very long stream, but I had fun and it was exciting to be excited. And again, if you want to continue this conversation, maybe check out Oddity Press's Discord. I'm sure you can Google it. I don't have a link for you, but you can check it out. Go to DriveThruRPG, download your copy of Grimwild. And if you want to check us out, we're patreon.com/nightsoflastcall. We're a community of a little over 400 people who have a private Discord where we talk about all sorts of different games, play a bunch of different games, and sometimes also troll each other. So if that sounds game for you, then maybe come check us out. But we'll be back Thursday. I have no idea what our topic is going to be, but I hope it will be awesome. And we'll see you next time on Nights of Last Call. Have a great night, everyone.